Yeah.
Sorry, Angie, you're going to have to start the stream because I don't have hosting powers. For some reason, it's not giving me them.
Can you record?
It's recording now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just preparing to live stream.
Yeah, I can see that it's come through on mine now. It's streaming live on YouTube now.
Okay, Anita, we can start then, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, members and officers. Firstly, we need to introduce everybody so that people who are live streaming can see what's going on. So I'm Councillor Cassidy, and I'll be chairing the committee today. I'm joined by other committee members who I will ask in turn to introduce themselves. I will begin with the Vice Chair of the committee, Councillor Joel.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, everybody. I am Councillor Ashadu Joel. I'm the Vice Chair for the Overview Scrutiny Committee and Councillor for Troon Ward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Darwood. Can't see his name. So we'll come back to him. Councillor Holford has sent her apologies. So Councillor G, the Vice Chair of Heritage. Councillor G.
I'm Councillor G of Downcourt Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Joshi.
Hello, good afternoon all, and thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Joshi, Councillor for North Havington Ward, and also the Chair of Adult Social Care Scrutiny Commission.
Thank you. Councillor Kitterick.
He's not yet joined.
No. Councillor Porter.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Nigel Porter. I'm Councillor for Ayleston, and the important fact that I always raise, and I know Ted does appreciate this, that I'm the only elected opposition councillor on Leicester City Council, and I'm a member of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Yeah, it's important that you're here, as I've said before. Councillor Talukdar.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Councillor Talukdar, Stony Gate Ward, Vice Chair of Neighbourhood Scrutiny Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waddington.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councillor Sue Waddington. I'm Chair of the Economic Development, Transport and Tourism Scrutiny Commission and Councillor for Foss Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Wesley.
Good afternoon all. I'm Councillor Paul Wesley, Chair of Housing and Councillor for the Beaumont Lees Ward.
Okay, and other members of the executive will be joining us. Is the City Mayor there? Not yet.
Not
okay.
Yet, no.
We have Councillor Cut Kelvin.
Yes, afternoon all. Councillor Ellie Cook-Kelvin. I've got lead member responsibility for housing and education. Thank you.
And Councillor Clark, I see.
Good evening, Chair. Councillor Adam Clark, Deputy City Mayor with responsibility for the environment and transportation.
Okay. Councillor Clare.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Piara Singh Clare, Deputy City Mayor for Heritage, Leisure and Sports.
And Councillor Patel.
Good afternoon, Chair. Sorry, I thought I was on mute. I'm Assistant City Mayor for Equalities and Special Projects. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Sue Hunter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Sue Hunter, and I'm the Assistant City Mayor for tackling racism and disadvantage. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkmaster.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Kirkmaster, I lead on neighbourhood services for the city.
God, we are well represented by the executive today, which is fantastic. I don't think I can see any more officers or executive members at the moment.
Chair, I've had an email from Councillor Dawood. He's having connectivity issues and sends his apologies if he can't join.
Thank you very much, Angie. Okay, we have some senior officers, and I will ask them to introduce themselves as and when they address the committee. Are there any other people present that I have not included? If not, we will move on. This is a virtual meeting as permitted under Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 to enable meetings to take place whilst observing social distancing measures. As such, there are certain procedures that need to be observed. The importance of one person speaking at a time is even greater than usual. So can I please ask that people wait to speak until invited to do so by the chair? And as always, all questions and answers are strictly given through the chair. Please note it can take a few seconds for the system to switch between speakers. As it can be difficult to distinguish who is speaking in an online meeting, I will call you by name if invited to speak. Could I ask that each time you're invited to speak, you unmute your microphone and say your name for the benefit of persons present and for those following the meeting. You need to mute your microphones when you're not speaking, but we've been advised that we should keep our cameras on so that the public can see who's present at the meeting. Unless you are participating by phone, please ensure that your phones are silent and steps are taken to prevent any other kind of interference. There may be a lag between speaking and other attendees hearing you, so please bear this in mind. Members should all have a paper copy of the agenda and reports pack. Please refer to the specific page number in the reports pack if you wish to make reference to the report in the discussion. This is particularly important because we've got 240 odd pages to refer to, so please give the number of the page. Your venue and connection must be secure, and please ensure there's no background noise. If you lose connection at any point, please try to reconnect via the link in your email or calendar. The Democratic Support Officer will also try to reconnect you. I will adjourn the meeting if necessary while they try to help to get you reconnected, but will also consider the need to seek to conclude the meeting's business in a timely fashion, provided the meeting remains quorate. The Council has adopted procedure rules for the management of virtual meetings which have been circulated to all members, and this will apply to this meeting. Thank you. Sorry if that might seem a bit boring, but we are obliged to read that out. Apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence?
Apologies from Councillor Halford, as previously mentioned, Councillor.
And Councillor Darwood.
And Councillor Cassidy, I've just had confirmation from the City Mayor that he's struggling to log in.
Okay, so
I'm available on the phone, Chair.
Oh well, welcome, City Mayor. Please bear with us.
But unfortunately, I can't oblige by putting my picture up. But I am very, very frustrated by the technology, Chair. But that's perhaps something we're all becoming used to.
Okay, well, we'll
Snap, join the
patient with you and you with us. Members declare declarations of interest. Members of the committee are asked to declare any interest that they may have in the proceedings. I have no interest to declare. Councillor Joel?
No, Chair, I have no interest to declare.
Councillor G?
No interest to declare, Chair.
Councillor Joshi?
Yes, Chair. In either the general business or the budget, my wife works for the reablement team.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kitterick? Is Councillor Kitterick here yet?
He's not linked in yet, no.
Oh, right, okay. Councillor Porter?
Nothing that I'm aware of, but if anything comes up, I'll obviously let you know.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Thalukdar?
Hi, Chair. I have nothing to declare. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Waddington?
No, Chair, I have nothing to declare, except that I sometimes get a weak signal sign, in which case I'll have to turn my picture off, but I'll still be here. Okay.
Okay, thank you for telling us that. And Councillor Wesley?
Yes, Chair. Family are council tenants on the housing paper, and I have to turn my camera off irrespective of what we've been told, because if the sound goes, it's such a poor sound, and if it crackles, I have to turn the picture off.
Okay, thank you for telling us that. Okay, thank you very much. Chair's announcements, that just to thank staff and volunteers that are working above the call of duty, and certainly volunteers in their free time and energies, who are helping to keep us all safe and looked after during this pandemic. It's a long job, isn't it? And I think all of us are feeling it, but thank goodness we've got some fantastic officers and volunteers who are helping out. Can I also have a word for those people who have lost loved ones over the last few months, a year? We're thinking of how sad it is for them and their families that people have died during this horrible time. But we're thinking of you. Thank you, members. The minutes of the previous meeting, 3rd of December 2020, are attached, and members are asked to confirm them as a correct record. Basically, if anybody wishes to disagree with them, we'll take it as read that they've been agreed. So I can't see any hands up.
Ted?
Sorry, someone's there.
Yeah, it's Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Councillor Porter.
Page 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I asked Sir Peter Soulsby a question which was regarding, do you remember back in sort of March, April, there was some issue about him breaking the lockdown, and I asked a question which was specifically related to that time period, and the question that's in the paper on page 12, it says Councillor Porter asked the City Mayor whether he had visited any locations that were not permitted under the current lockdown guidance. Well, I didn't ask about the current lockdown guidance. It was a guidance at the time when he was caught up the ladder. You remember putting the window in round at his girlfriend's. That was the time I was talking about. We were under a different lockdown. We were at lockdown 2 at the time of the last meeting.
But you got your answer from the City Mayor at the time, which is minuted.
Yeah, but it was if it was the answer to the current lockdown, if that's what we've got printed, that wasn't the question I asked.
Okay.
I asked him about I specifically asked him about the lockdown breach, which was reported in the national papers, because there were rumours going around that and in fact I was given an address that he'd gone to visit a particular property during the lockdown. And
yes.
None of this was disclosed, so that's why I wanted him to clarify it.
We can ask the officers to correct the minutes of the first paragraph, but it remains that the City Mayor did give you a response, which is recorded there. Okay, can we move on, please? We move on. Any other points about the minutes? In which case, we'll move to the next item. Progress on actions agreed at the last meeting. We have had an email sent on the 15th of December, which updated the actions from the last meeting. Okay, questions, representations and statements of case. None have been received.
None received, Chair.
No, thank you. I've got papers everywhere, so like other members, presumably, it's quite difficult to follow everything. But petitions.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Right, we have tracking of petitions monitoring report. We have a report included in our agenda pack, and we've had an update today. Angie, are you able to just update members, please? And just while we're
there's no updates to what has been contained in the agenda pack, Chair.
Thank you. So completed petitions can now be removed from the list so that we can move forward at the next meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. Okay. We now have the COVID-19 update, and we'll have, I believe, Ivan and Ivan Brown and Alison Greenhill, who will report. The two of them will report. And can I ask members to wait until we've had both presentations and then ask their questions? So Ivan, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep this briefing quite short because I don't know whether, I'm hoping that all officers and actually those that are listening are now well aware of our coronavirus data that you'll find on the local authority site. It is a really good resource. It will provide you with huge amounts of detail about your ward, your area, age groups, ethnicity, huge amounts of data, which I can't possibly let you know all about, but I would just encourage you to use that resource that we've developed over time. And you'll get a very, very rich picture of what is happening in the city at the moment. However, I'm just going to go through some of the headlines for you at the moment, let you know where we are since the beginning of the year. So as you're all aware, this has been a very, very challenging period, both for us, for families, for communities, and for the NHS. And the numbers that we have been seeing, both locally and nationally, have been extremely high, as you can imagine, in the number of cases. So just in relation to where we are at now, it does seem that we have past some of the worst that we had seen over the winter, and I'll give you a couple of comparison figures to sort of help you put that into some kind of context. So at the end of January, at the 7th of January, the rate that we had per 100,000, the 7-day weekly rate was 570 cases per 100,000. However, as of this morning, the rate was down to 365 per 100,000. So there's been quite a steep drop in the last 7 days, particularly around that. That still is high. The national figure is around 280. So we are still above the national figure, but the good news is that we are starting to see some significant falls and day on day. I remember reporting to you last time that we had some concerns at the rate in the over 60s. We were up to over 500. I think there was a week, actually, yes, there was a week where we were 600 per 100,000. Where we are now is we have fallen down to 383 per 100,000. And the final one that I will bring to your attention is the 17 to 21-year-olds. We know that there had been some high cases in our area, but more in places like Nottingham, etc., where people were concerned about those university student ages. And that was at the beginning of the year, it was at 539 per 100,000. And where we stand at the moment is 241 per 100,000. Of course, we do have students that are coming back to our accommodation, but there have been significant falls across the piece, which I think is good news, and we'll continue to watch and monitor this. Of course, what all this leads to is, what does the pressure look like within our health services? Hospital admissions had been extremely high. Of the week beginning the 22nd, or sorry, at the beginning of the year, we were getting sort of 120 COVID-related cases in our hospitals each week. This is gradually starting to slow down, and as you can imagine, there will be a lag between the cases coming down and the hospital admissions, but we are starting to see very gently some plateauing of hospital admissions. As of the 29th, we saw on that week 105 COVID-related hospital admissions. Still high, still putting pressure on the system, but fortunately not increasing the way that we've been seeing it week on week. And sadly, as Councillor Cassidy had said, we are still seeing significant numbers of deaths amongst our community. At the beginning of the year, we saw 21 deaths per week on that first week. On the 22nd, we were up to 38 deaths per week. But again, we're hoping that in the next week or two, we'll start to see some reductions in that, very much in line with the regional and the national pictures. So those are the key indicators that I want to share with you today. In most of the ward areas now, I think some people had seen that we had some conversations about certain wards in the city we were a little concerned with, but I think the picture now across the piece is a week-on-week reduction. So we're hoping that will continue. And I think on my last report that I saw this morning, it looked like every area of the city was either flat or was falling, which is really positive. The final element that I'd bring to you, which is around vaccination. Clearly, the NHS is responsible for the vaccination programme rollout. My understanding is that is going quite well. I know there are challenges that exist around vaccination. So we don't get that data routinely. We are starting to get it more and more, and we're trying to tidy that up. So unfortunately, the data that I have is generally on a Leicestershire footprint, but the focus, of course, has been around care homes, the over 80s, and now we're into the sort of 75 to 79-year-old age groups. And my understanding is that across the LLR area, we have given over 100,000 doses of the vaccine. Care homes have been well covered now. It is our understanding that all care homes have been visited, other than any care home that may have a live outbreak, but everywhere else has had an offer. And the over 80s programme is above 85% coverage at this stage, and the 70, 75 to 79-year-olds is coming up fast to over 75% coverage. So we are starting to see that rolled out. As we get more granular data and more information that we can share around the vaccination programme from our NHS colleagues, we will of course share that with you. So that's where I'm going to leave it largely at the moment. There was a question that was asked, and I'll just pick that up now, where there was some concern around some of our vulnerable communities, around the homeless communities, etc. Chris may come back on that, but we did start our first outreach clinic in our homeless communities yesterday. And one of the PCNs has visited a number of hostels and vaccinated residents there. Also, that work is also happening with homeless and those that are rough sleeping as well. But I will leave that to Chris if he wants to come back on that any further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan. Alison?
Good afternoon, everyone. Got very bright light shining on my face there. So I'm Alison Greenhill, Director of Finance. So just to give you an update on sort of my three key areas of work. Firstly, one that members will be very familiar with, which is the C19 support customer service offer, which you'll have all been referring members in your constituencies into. So we continue to offer the C19 support email. It has worked incredibly well because people are not waiting on the phone. Anyone who's worried about either themselves or a friend or relative or someone in their area can just send us their details. We will ring them. We're receiving on average 2,500 emails a month, which my staff are working 7 days a week to respond to. So it's not just opening an email, it's contacting an individual and finding out what their needs are. We're also running all of the various grant schemes. So we have a wide range of business grants. Unfortunately, they are unnecessarily complex because of the way they've been piecemeal funded and presented to us, but by government, unfortunately. So there's a whole new additional restrictions grant that will be on the website imminently for a further round of grants. And those grants where there is an entitlement, we're going to just pay those straight away. So where we have a business's details. So I'll give you an example in the hospitality sector. Pubs are required to be closed. They're entitled to a payment on a periodic basis. We know their details, we will pay them. We're not going to require everyone to keep applying. So the whole world of business grants. You'll also know we've got the Winter Support Grant Scheme, which is to support families and individuals that are facing financial difficulties, in particular with food and utility bills over the winter period, which has included the free school meals offer that we did over Christmas, and we will be doing at half term. So there's that grant scheme. And of course, when it's important to say that when we get a C19 support referral for an individual, we look at the wide range of support that is available. So we look at whether someone might be eligible with help with their council tax, help with their with food and their utilities, and various other referrals. So we don't just look at the one issue that might be raised with us. We try and look at it more holistically than that. And then finally, my contact tracing team. So you'll know that we still are the only local authority in the country that are doing all contact tracing for after the 8-hour digital period. So if anyone's had a positive test or knows of someone having a positive test, you get your test result and a link to go onto our website to fill in your details. If you don't do that within 8 hours, that data comes to me and my team tries to contact you remotely to start with via email or by phone. And if we can't contact you, then my ground team come out to individuals' houses. And of course, sometimes all we have is a phone number, but we have a wealth of data to be able to help and find you. So we're averaging 1,400 cases per week for my team to investigate, and we're currently running at a 91% success rate. So the 9% that we don't contact is a mix of we just cannot find them. So for a reason that we really can't explain, people give us incorrect or give the test centre incorrect information. So other people's addresses or other people's phone numbers. So we try and find the person, but we simply can't. And we do have some cases that are uncooperative. So even though we do contact them, they're not willing to share any information with us. But it is the minority, not the majority. And the team again works 7 days a week. It's really important that we give the people the advice they need and their households to self-isolate, and also we're able to ask them if they've got any needs for support at the same time. So we don't just tell them stay at home, we see if they've got any wider needs for support. So it's a really good offer. And I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Alison. City Mayor, would you like to say anything at this stage?
No, not at this stage, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll ask members in turn if they've got any questions or comments. Councillor Joel.
Thank you, Chair. No questions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor G.
Yes, Chair. I've had contact from residents in Downcourt that have been sent out all the way to Loughborough. Now, they've not been able to take that appointments because they're housebound. Do you know whether the NHS will be providing tools to their homes to get the vaccine?
So my understanding is that obviously we had some limitations previously with the particular vaccine that was available in relation to the Pfizer vaccine. Now that we have the Oxford vaccine, which is far more portable, my understanding is that GPs are now actually starting to do home visits. I guess, Councillor G, that will take some time, but I do know that those are now underway.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank
One more question. Do we have numbers on the types of variants of COVID that we've got in the city?
So what we have is we get routinely advised of the proportion of the new variant. This is predominantly the Kent variant. And where we are as a city now is that it is the majority, as it is across the country, and we are now at 70%, 70.1% of the cases that go through the typing lab are new variant, which means it's the one that is more easily transmissible.
Thank you,
Thank
Ivan.
you.
No further questions, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Joshi.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan and Alison, for your update and report. I'm pleased to hear from Ivan that the rate per 100,000 is going down, which is positive news. And so is the admission in the hospital as well, which is good to hear as well. One question I wanted to ask was that now the vaccination has rolled out and we have nationally reached 10 million plus. In Leicester or in other parts of the country, what is the age range at the moment people are receiving the vaccination? Is it still 70 plus? If that is the case, when will the age group of, let's say, 60 to 65 or 65 to 70, how soon will they receive their vaccination? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as we know, it is a mixed picture across the country. So different places are doing it at different rates. What I would say is that the Midlands apparently are towards the front of the pack in terms of the proportion that they're doing. So it is dropping down the age range. Where we are actually is obviously we're thinking about that second week in February, where we are pushing to have the over 70s done. I think that might be, hopefully it'll be close, but it will be after that time that we will start dropping down further down the age range. I think the government has said that it will try to move vaccine availability across to other parts of the country that might not be able to cover, may not have reached that cover. So there will be some variation, there will be some movement around. The real goal is to make sure that all of those that are over the age of 70 get covered first. How long will it take to do the rest? Well, I think you have all seen the conversations that have taken place around vaccine and stocks of vaccine. And vaccine is still the rate limiting factor here. It's not about us not being able to get it out. It's about how much vaccine we have available to vaccinate our populations.
Thank you. Councillor Kitterick? Not there yet. Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, my thoughts go out to everybody, who's lost a loved one, family member, friend, or acquaintance. I mean, I think the fact that we've passed nationally over 100,000 people dying is absolutely disastrous, and I'm sure that you'll all agree with me on that. I mean, the government have said that they've done everything they can to save lives. I think, again, you'll agree with me that most people don't believe that. I think the government had a strategy from the start, which was to let the virus rip. And then when they realized just exactly how many people could end up in hospital and the pressure it would put on the National Health Service, they suddenly changed their mind and went down a different track. Ivan, obviously you're the the health professional here amongst all of us who are just amateurs. I, as an amateur, have said from the very start of this pandemic that we should have had everybody wearing masks, and I'm not talking about face coverings. I've always said we should have been wearing proper masks, P2 or P3, which was only about now seems to be being recognised as a way of addressing this problem. But Ivan, as a health or as a person, a health professional working in this area, we all feel that the government have really messed up on this big time. I mean, if you just look at some of the other countries, for example, Taiwan, with over 30 million plus people living in the country, and I think they've had less than 10 fatalities. New Zealand, Australia, other places in the Far East have done exceptionally well and haven't ended up in this diabolical situation. So my question really is to you, Ivan, if we were starting out, we were a year back, what would you have done differently? Thank you very much.
Ivan, if you wish to respond to that as best you can. Otherwise, we will move on.
I suppose it's always, as people say, hindsight is always 2020. I think as far as we are concerned, and as a city, what we can do is make sure actually the things that we have tried to do within the resource that we have, within the information that we have, trying to ensure that our city responds the best that it can, making sure that people realise the significance of the actions that we're asking them to do. And what I would say, probably in response to that, Councillor Porter, is, we are still not out of this yet. I know it's talking about some very positive things that happen in relation to vaccination, but the issues around, social distancing, the issues around staying at home, the issues about washing your hands, the issues around ventilating your space, all of those things remain incredibly important. And I think that there is something about just making sure people realize how significant this would be, because I don't think that people probably appreciated how devastating this virus potentially could be. And there are still some that still don't appreciate it, even with those horrifying numbers that you've cited.
Chair, I wonder if I might come in.
Yes, Peter. Sorry, City Mayor.
Yeah, Chair. No, I'm just coming in really because obviously, in a sense, Nigel's being very critical of politicians, so it's rather difficult for an officer to perhaps to respond to that. And I just really want to say that how much I agree with Nigel's criticism. I think looking back on it, and obviously there will, we hope, be a public inquiry, and there'll be an opportunity to examine this more fully. But there are two things I think that I would pick out. Was that at almost every stage, the government has been very, very slow to react compared with other governments and compared with indeed what they were being told by their own scientists. They've been very, very slow to respond, seeking always to reassure people, it's all going to be all right, rather than actually learning from the experience of how those other countries amongst those that Nigel raised. And I think the other thing I would say, looking back, is the failure of the government to engage with local councils, obviously with us in Leicester, particularly because we were subject to that extended lockdown, but the failure to engage with them and to recognise that actually the local knowledge, the local expertise that people like Ivan have got was a massive resource. And rather than being so dismissive of it as they were, they should have drawn on it right from the start and trusted us with the information we needed, and Ivan particularly needed to do the job properly, but also trusted us to know our localities and to give us the details of what the initial testing was showing about those localities, so that Ivan and indeed Alison could be doing as they are now, which is so effectively to intervene. And we heard the work that Alison's contact tracers are doing, and it's astonishing, really, isn't it, that we have managed to win the right to do that. We're doing it so successfully, and even now they're not trusting other local authorities to do what we're doing so well. So I think those are the two messages that I would draw out for the political handling of the crisis.
Thank you, City Mayor. That's sentiments that we can all support, and it's a long way to go yet, but when this is reviewed in a public inquiry or something, I think the things that you've said and others, Councillor Porter, will become very raw for all of us. Okay, can I move on to Councillor Falukdar?
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions regarding COVID-19. You know, when you know the people who is under 60 or 50 will get the vaccination, or is there any information that people are getting it already? You know, below 70. And second question is, I have a few phone calls from constituents that they're finding very difficult to reach to their GPs. Is there anything public health can do that GPs communicate with the people who is vulnerable, who is you know, in need of medication? Because it's basically no one can go to the GPs now. It's almost blocked, and this is upsetting for the people who is got a health condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. I think you've already answered the first part of that question, but start again.
Yes, I was going to say, I think I picked up that bit. There are some that are under that age, Councillor Falukdar, that have received their vaccination because they are vulnerable or they are key workers or frontline healthcare workers who have received their vaccination already. I guess the challenge for us is that we have raised the issue around GP access. We've raised it with we have a health strategic group that we sit on, and any of those complaints or concerns that we have, we do, and we have raised there. But unfortunately, you know, I can't really answer all those details on behalf of the NHS. But what I can do is give you an assurance that we have raised that point, and we have heard it not only from you but from others.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you.
Councillor Waddington.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, both Ivan and Alison, for the information. Of course, it's very good to know that the figures are reducing, but we have been there previously, that our figures have reduced. We felt relieved only to see them rise again. And they are high relative to the national average still. So I suppose my concern is whether we expect those figures to continue to reduce, or whether there may be some things that happen that cause them to rise again. I mean, one of the things that I think all of us are concerned about in relation to this government is its failure to close the borders so that new mutations of the virus can gain hold in the UK. Do you think, Ivan, that Leicester has been in any way affected by people coming in from other countries spreading the virus, or are our higher numbers due to people ignoring some of the rules? Because after all, fatigue sets in after all this time, and it's understandable that people feel the need to let off steam without considering the consequences. So why are our numbers so, my questions are, why are our numbers so relatively high compared with the national average? Would closing or has keeping borders open had any impact on that? And do we expect the figures to continue to drop, or is there a danger of another rise?
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you, Councillor Waddington. There are a few really important points, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to pick some of these out. So first of all, I think that we have been concerned. I know that I've probably had a conversation with you and others about the sustained and ongoing levels that we see in the city. This is something that has been a challenge nationally. So I think we have now worked with the Joint Biosecurity Centre to try and do some work to say, can we explain why for places like Leicester and Blackburn and a couple of other areas in the country, why we don't see that sort of sharp rise and sharp fall that we see in other areas? Now, interestingly, I have just got hold of an initial report that looks at that. I don't think it really tells us anything that we didn't suspect in relation to things like housing, people feeling that they need to go to work, therefore not isolating as they ought to. But I'm in the process of going through that and seeing if it does give us anything else. I think the reality is it's probably a layering of a number of factors as opposed to a single thing. I don't think that it is one single item. But one thing that I would say is that the issue around ongoing transmission, you know, in some ways I say it's almost the simplest thing. It is transmitting and staying transmitted because we are allowing it to. So it is passing and passing from person to person. So there is something that is really important about us as a city continuing to do what we can to try and reduce those levels of transmission, even in that background around fatigue. And so am I worried about numbers rising? All the time. That is always a concern. So what I can say is I'm seeing a fall now, but I'm still very, very conscious that very quickly that number can rise as well. But if Councillor Waddington, if you give me a chance to go through that report, pull out the key themes, I would be happy to share that with the members of this committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. And Councillor Wesley.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I don't normally agree with Nigel, but on this I certainly do. The rate of infections are still relatively high. Well, when you go around, if you have to go out shopping and seeing are the shops doing enough, because there's still lots of people not getting the message about wearing masks. Yeah, there is hand sanitizers, but some people just don't bother using it. However, Ivan, I'm not surprised you're not getting the data from government. There's no lessons been learned on the vaccine. I had mine the other day. But what are we doing to ask the National Health Service to share that data, because it's only the way local authorities are going to battle this COVID, is sharing data. They've never learnt any lessons, this government, and I doubt they ever will. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley. So we've spoken to our CCG colleagues. They have been really trying to help us on this issue. So I know that my analysts are now getting a data feed that's coming from there, but we've also got a data feed that is now being released to Directors of Public Health as well that we're seeing. I think the challenge that we have at the moment is the two bits of data are not necessarily saying the same thing. So there's a bit of reconciliation work that we're trying to do around that. But I would assure you that yes, our local CCG are trying to help us with the data void.
Thank you. Can I ask, well, I will ask Alison a question, which is with all the staff working from home and in other businesses as well, are there any positives from or lessons we've learned from this at this stage that may be important for us to know?
Thank you, Chair. I take it you mean stuff more widely, not just my stuff, yeah?
Well, from the council's point of view, really, yeah.
So I think what's been really interesting is we went overnight from office-based predominantly to home working, and we will all know that it had its teething problems because, like most organisations, whilst we have quite a good technological infrastructure, we were certainly not designed to take that sort of capacity in home connections. But IT within a week or 10 days quadrupled our capacity. And I think what we'd find is a lot of people said if they found it difficult to set the boundaries of their day job and their home life. But we've done it predominantly for so long now that we are really seeing the benefits. So I can give you some examples of what people genuinely say to me around their home life balance. So working from home, are able to get up in the morning, log in, take their children to school or to nursery and come back home. And then again at 3:15, when they were in the office, they couldn't do that, and perhaps pick up that lost hour in the evening. So my service area actually before lockdown back in March last year had the highest number of home workers. I had 70 benefits advisors all worked from home who love that working environment. So I think it has forced a change. And of course, some staff, it doesn't suit everybody. Some staff find it difficult to work in their home environment. Some staff have perhaps a number of people trying to work or do schoolwork, and then the internet connections there are issues with. So it doesn't suit everybody. But certainly what we've seen is staff saying it was really weird and now embracing it as almost the norm. So going forward, we'll be looking at a mixed economy. We won't just say everyone come back into the office, because it affords us some massive flexibility. It's good for staff. It's good for the environment. People aren't commuting in cars. People's transport costs have gone down. So we really want to take advantage of the benefits, but also address where we see the disbenefits, where people perhaps haven't got the opportunity as much as others. But largely, our staff recognise that they've had to do it and have made it work. So I think there's a big positive to come out of it.
Thank you, Alison. Peter, we can see you now, which is an advantage. Thank you to us anyway.
Yes, Chair, I managed to connect on a different machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We then move on. Thank you for Ivan and Alison for your thank you, Ivan and Alison, for your attention to detail there. That's been very helpful. Someone was trying to get in there. I don't know what it was, but okay. If we then move on to the next item, which is eliminating racism and tackling disadvantage, Black Lives Matter update. And I believe it's Councillor Hunter to lead, with Miranda supporting. Councillor Hunter.
There we go. I was muted. Well, I'd like to say thank you very much for your patience. And also thank you for giving me the opportunity to update you on the work that we've been doing around the Black Lives Matter issue. As you all know, I'm sure you've all seen the protests that's been in the news last year, and most people have some understanding of the issues that promoted the reactions that have followed. By way of background, the movement initially began back in 2013 when George Zimmerman was acquitted for the shooting of Trayvon Martin. Then protests and demonstrations followed in the US with the deaths of Michael Brown and Eric Garner. The movement gained prominence again after the sad death of George Floyd last year, and this garnered a reaction not only in America but also worldwide. And these cases sparked talks of racial injustice and discrimination for centuries of persecution felt by the Black community worldwide. We saw last year with protests held across the UK that this is not just an issue in America, but also something which exists here. So the findings of the race equality audit published by the UK government in October 2017 showed that there are disparities between ethnic groups in all areas of life affected by public organisations. Some of the key findings showed that nationally there were significant inequalities for Black people in such areas as health, employment, education, housing, and criminal justice. We all know that Leicester is now a diverse city, which celebrates its diversity and promotes cohesion and integration. But we also know that this comes with challenges as people learn to live together. We also must recognise how long it has taken us to get to where we are today, and as well as the complexity and the scale of the task must not be underestimated. However, we will also recognise that there are still a need for further progress, which requires concrete commitment from elected members and officers, as well as meaningful dialogue with Leicester's diverse Black communities. I believe that Leicester is placed in a good position to provide a full and long-lasting response to racism and the inequalities experienced by Black people and the communities. As such, we have started considering the next steps and have begun putting things in motion already. I have had many meetings with officers and community members, and also worked very closely with Councillor Rita Patel. And we have begun putting the picture in the city together and formulating a plan of action. And I'd like to hand over to Miranda now to actually present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunter.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hunter. Thank you,
Hi,
Chair.
Miranda. Yeah.
Hi. So yes, as Councillor Hunter said, I've been working closely with herself and Councillor Patel, and very pleased to be able to bring this report today. Councillor Hunter's clearly set out the important context against which this is set. What we've been doing is working with my corporate management team colleagues to look at how we can support this work going forward in terms of the governance and resources we're going to put around it, and also where our focus will be. So the report in section 4.1 talks first of all about the sort of governance and resources we're proposing in terms of the approach. So what we I'm pleased to say we've already now set up, and we'll be having our first meeting shortly, is a corporate sort of steering group chaired by the Chief Operating Officer, with a range of lead officers and supported by functions such as my Equalities, HR and Communications teams. And that steering group will also involve staff representatives. So the chair of our Black Workers Support Group and other staff representatives drawn from some of the three different departments. So that group will be meeting once a month, and we will be focusing on both shaping an action plan, which draws on some of the detail in this report, looking at how we're going to measure our progress and outcomes, because importantly, it's all very well taking the actions. We need to be able to show that we're making a difference. And then we will be looking to report back very regularly, both to the executive and also to yourselves as Overview Select Committee, on the progress of that work and the impact it's having. That working group is going to be supported by a race equality officer. We had actually run a recruitment, and we were due to have an officer start this month. Unfortunately, he subsequently has informed me he's not going to be able to take up the role. So we are back out to recruitment, but we're not letting that stop us, and we're pushing ahead with the work in this paper, and hope to have that resource as soon as possible to further add some weight behind what we're seeking to do. We're also very conscious that it's really important this work has credibility with the wider city and stakeholders, and particularly the community, of course. So I will be over the next few weeks shaping with Councillor Hunter and Councillor Patel an external group that will provide us an external reference group that will provide us some challenge and input into shaping the work as we move forward. So that will be also part of the approach we intend to take. And then section 4.2 of the report, I'm not going to go through every bit of it. It's just really setting out, from work I've done with my corporate management team colleagues, what we've structured in terms and identified in terms of key themes, and Councillor Hunter touched on some of the major areas of inequality that are well understood in terms of many of the reports that have gone before nationally and also work done locally. So we're really drawing on that to look at the key themes that we'll be focusing on going forward. And in this report, you can see those themes and what we're intending to focus on, as well as some initial actions. What I would say, this is absolutely by no means exhaustive. It's very much a starting point, and the structures, the group I've talked about, will be shaping this into a further more detailed plan, and inevitably we'll be identifying other actions and areas of work that we will want to focus on. But what we've identified so far is a mix, really, a mix of things that we're already working on and underway and will be able to push forward and accelerate, such as the work we already do around things like hate crime and community cohesion, through to other new initiatives that and focus that we can take, for example, around work we can do to further influence our schools and our schools leadership, for example. So there are a range of things in here. Some things are new, some things really build on work that's already in train. So as I say, we'll be shaping this into a plan. We'll be using the group to do that, and we'll be reporting into the executive and back to yourselves on the progress and on the impact. And that's probably as much as I need to say, Chair, because hopefully people have had a chance to look at the report and may have some thoughts about the themes and areas of work. But as I say, that won't be your only opportunity to input, and we hope to be back here regularly to talk this through.
Thank you, Miranda, and thank you for this very comprehensive report. Councillor Hunter, and we'll get the support of all members, I'm sure. City Mayor, have you any comments to make at this stage?
Apologise, Chair. Just I'm muting myself. Just to say, I'm enormously grateful with the energy that Councillor Hunter has put into her new role and the way in which she and Councillor Patel are working so closely together in different but closely related portfolios. And it is, I think, very impressive how much progress has been made and how quickly. And also to say how grateful I am to Miranda and her colleagues for the way in which they too have moved remarkably quickly, recognising that this is something that is of vital importance to us all. It is obviously a bit disappointing that the recruitment hasn't paid off yet, but I do know, and Miranda has obviously outlined it, that we're not going to let that get in our way, and it will hopefully be the case that we'll have people in post very soon to help to support that work. But in the meantime, Miranda and her colleagues are doing a tremendous job making sure that we actually do get the momentum behind it. So that's perhaps all I want to add, Chair, at this stage.
Thank you, City Mayor. Okay, Councillor Joel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hunter and Miranda, for the report and the brief update. I have more of a comment rather than a question, and it's around metrics, measurements. I'm just sort of very mindful that when we start to set metrics for things like discrimination and disadvantage, we might perhaps start to look very strategically at what is it we want to be delivering. I just want to point out that it would be beneficial to the process to be able to have a broad range of what it is we want to measure and how we want to measure it, and take into account some of the more challenging and nuanced metrics that perhaps are not as immediately measurable, but quite impactful within disadvantaged communities.
Thanks, Councillor Joel. I'll ask a few members and then come back to Councillor Hunter and Miranda and Councillor Patel. Councillor G.
Thank you, Chair. Not really a question. I'm very pleased with the report. It's certainly a step in the right direction. As Councillor Hunter said, the Black Lives Matters movement started in 2013. We're now in 2021. It was largely forgot in between incidents. We've got to stop waiting for incidents, and this is definitely a step forward in
Thank you. Councillor Joshi. Is he still with us? Can't see his name. Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Kitterick. No. Okay. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Hunter, in terms of this project and what she's doing here, she's got my full support, because I think it's really important that we all work together as a team, collectively, to address and challenge any forms of discrimination that we see at all. And it's important that any equality that we have seen or witnessed is brought to light, because it's only by working together that we're able to drive this awful enemy of racism out. So, as I say, Councillor Hunter and the rest of her team, I'm right behind you, and I wish you well in your task. And I think certainly within the report, the idea to try and go into schools to try and shape the curriculum and make sure that people from a very early age recognise the issues and the discrimination that could possibly exist, and make sure that it is properly addressed. So that's an important point. But having said that, obviously I welcome everything that the City Council is doing, but what does concern me, and I think it's maybe members of the Labour Party can address directly, is the sort of opportunism and jingoism which seems to be coming from the current leadership of the Labour Party. I mean, slogans like schools closed, borders open, is really reminiscent of stuff that was going around in the summer from the far right across the country. And I think people were arrested for trying to make comparisons between people coming into the country from abroad and the impact that it was having on our communities, and it was fostering racism and hatred. So I would be very, very concerned about the current path that the Labour leadership seems to be going down with its jingoism, flag waving. I think it's maybe too easy to slip into a nationalistic agenda at the moment, and I would really caution against it. And I hope you as serious members of the Labour Party will make sure that the leadership very carefully steers away from some of the current angle that they're going down, because I think it can bite back in some very, very odd ways. And I think certainly from what's been announced, what went on in Parliament yesterday, there are people who are on the far right who are currently praising the Labour leader for his attitude in terms of closing down borders. And I think it's a very retrogressive step if that's the way the Labour Party wants to go. So that's a warning to you, and hopefully you'll be able to do something about it. I'm sure Sir Peter will be able to whisper in somebody's ear and get the National Party to reconsider some of its unappetizing agenda that's currently got on. Thanks very much.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Hunter and Miranda. A specific question about data and what are we trying to improve in those terms?
Okay. Do you want to answer that, Miranda?
Yeah, of course, Councillor Hunter. I absolutely agree. Councillor Joel makes a really important point. One of the things we've got to be able to do is show that our action is having the sort of desired impacts. And so we're going to have to think carefully about perhaps the more obvious outcomes and perhaps, as you say, some of the other wider outcomes we want to measure. I think that will be an important first task of the group, and obviously I'd welcome any ideas or input into that from anyone in terms of OSC and others. So it will be something that I hope that we can bring back in due course, but certainly if there are any ideas, we're very welcome to hear them.
And any other comments, Councillor Hunter, on what's been said so far?
No, I totally agree with what Councillor Joel said, but with data and stuff like that, it would be better that Rita and Miranda actually do that.
Okay, Councillor Thalukdar, and then Councillor Waddington, and then Councillor Wesley. So Councillor Thalukdar.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for the report, and it's very important work has been done since 2013, and we are of course behind taking action. We can see that. I have a few questions. Thank you for doing hard work.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you, external group, when it will come together, external group, when it will come together, and how people going to get involved? Are they going to apply for it, or how it will happen? Number one question. And
well, sorry.
Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me finish that.
Yeah. Sorry.
And when will open community engagement? When are you going to start it? Is there any specific date? And another question is, since Black Lives Matter, we have seen many cities being identified the slave trader. So in Leicester, have you identified anybody who was slave trader, who was racist, who was oppressing people in any other side of the world? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Councillor Waddington.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Hunter, for the report, and Miranda. I think it's very good. It's very comprehensive. It's an excellent start. I'm very pleased to see that the issue of hate crime is identified, because as some of you know, I've been talking about this for several years now and hoping that the council would improve its policy on hate crime and its practices to protect people who are vulnerable and who have experienced hate crime, which is can have profound impact on them. And I'm pleased to say I've been invited to a meeting on Monday together with Councillor BJ Riot to discuss this very issue with Councillor Hunter and Piara. So I'm looking forward to making a contribution there, and I wish you all well with the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Waddington. Councillor Wesley.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Can I thank Councillor Hunter and Miranda for a very detailed report. It's so important where the far right are concerned, having defeated them. It's took years and years, but we've got to keep on top of it. I welcome the report, having experienced apartheid, marrying a girl from South Africa, as Sue knows, and going through all that and been subject to racism myself. And that's not only by political opponents and sometimes inside my own family, which is soul destroying, absolutely. So I welcome this and I welcome the report, but we cannot rest on our laurels. I don't want to see another talking shop with no actions, and I'm sure Councillor Hunter is committed to make sure things will be implemented. Just one point on 24, where the public health section is, mental health is vastly increasing especially with COVID, and especially on our ethnic people in the city. I would like to see some firm things firmed up where mental health is concerned, because a lot of people are saying to me that they don't know what help is out there. Again, is it up to the National Health Service? But we should all be working to eliminate it. But it affects our Black lives more so, and it's been proven, than it does any other. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hunter and Miranda, comment on any of those points?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody for their nice comments about the report and about the work that myself, Councillor Patel and Miranda's team have been doing. About the external focus group, I just want to emphasise that it's important, Councillor Thakluda, it's important that the Black communities, have a voice within this work that we're trying to do within Leicester, and the external group is going to be made up of the membership is proposed to include representatives from the trade unions and the voluntary sector, relevant community groups, and the universities, and also people that we've been meeting with in and around the city. And an answer to your other question about have we identified slave traders? Of course we have. Yes, we have identified that. But obviously that's all going to come into the work that we're doing. Okay.
Councillor
So thank
Patel's
you.
got a finger up.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, in answer to Councillor Talukdar about people involved in slave trade, I only recently found out, and I find this a little bit shameful, but the Charter for the Abolishment of the Slave Trade was actually drafted in Leicestershire. Now, not many people know about that. So I think, there are some really positive things that we need to be also highlighting that have happened. And I think one of the things that Black Lives Matter is enabling people to do, and not just within the City Council, but around the city in other organisations. And, a number of organisations have approached Councillor Hunter and I, arts organisations who are funded through the Arts Council have approached Councillor Hunter and I because they're taking initiatives around Black Lives Matter. There are other interest groups who are also taking initiatives on those things. And I think what is really important is equalities and discrimination. We have a statutory duty in order to challenge any kind of discrimination and around equalities issue, and also be proactive about doing some of that work. So Black Lives Matter and the things that we're learning as we're going through that process, both internally and as a result of that reference group, will actually have benefits for race discrimination and other types of discrimination that we're trying to deal with as an authority across the board. So, we really, we've made a point of working together really closely, but we really look forward to the benefits that it will have on our equalities work across the board. And if you have any ideas for those types of things, we'd more than welcome those ideas and would love to sit down and talk to you. And in terms of the issue that Councillor Joel brought up about measuring and how we actually evidence that we're creating change and we're actually making a difference, absolutely, we need to ensure that we have some smart objectives, that whatever processes we're undertaking, whether it's through the working group or with the advice of the reference group or any other way, we need to ensure that people can see the step-by-step change. But Councillor Hunter and I have also, in talking to people, one of the most important things is, and it's been reiterated a number of times, is actually having the lived experiences of Black people and what they face on a day-to-day basis impact on the work of the council. And that means that the real evidence is when people receiving our services out there, when people working for the council actually come back and say, they can see the difference because it's impacting on their lives or the services that they're receiving. So yes, we need to measure stuff, but we also need to make sure that, it's impacting on people's lives and that real changes and real progress is coming about. And that's what we're committed to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And just before we go, can I just say that the work that we're doing and the work that we're trying to promote and with the working group and the existing additional working relationships, it's only good. It's only for the good, and it will combat. It's going to tackle the injustices and the inequalities, and so that can only be a good thing. Councillor Thakluda.
Councillor Joshi has put his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I got disconnected for some reason.
Yes.
Unstable Wi-Fi, but thanks to my daughter, I managed to get reconnected. I welcome the report. I did miss about 40% of Sue Hunter's and Miranda's report, but having heard some of the questions and responses, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Hunter for the report. And this is a very important part of the work that we all collectively need to do and work together to make sure that we have a successful outcome. And I personally feel that the best way to tackle this issue is at a very young age during schooling time. Education is the key factor. And on page 22, 4.2.4, there is a report about the education side of it by Sue Welford. I believe that we need to work a little bit more hard and focus on this particular area so that children are educated and they understand the history of Black people, and the contribution Black people have made is absolutely tremendous. Huge amount of people who have made their names shine. So I know it says that we do not have direct control over the practices and approaches taken by individual schools. I want to ask, so what are we going to do to encourage the schools, individual schools, to focus on this theme and to get a clear perspective out of it and good positive outcome? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Joshi. And also a couple of points from myself. Is there a time frame for this work? Because we know from past what if something goes on and on and on, it stops being valuable often. I'm sure the city mayor could find other roles for Sue Hunter once this action plan is agreed. But in terms of just getting some completion, it may be reviewed and come back to it, but that's important. It's also important to link with other work of the scrutiny commissions, the work done by Councillor Cole's group on the achievements of Black children in schools, or the underachievement as well in many cases, and also the report coming later on this committee about Black people in the health and well-being scrutiny mission, look at the experience of Black people working in health services. So all these things can work together. wish you all the best in getting the representative, well, the focus group, which can't possibly be completely representative because it's quite difficult to do that. But there are people involved in the arts and culture that could be very valuable in this. And it would be nice if you had the funding or you could get sponsorship for some art, whether it's poetry or a little play or something that could focus on some of these issues. It'd be terrific. It's a good way of communicating what the issues are, what the problems and the issues are. But can I just thank you? I don't think you need to comment on that. It's just a few points. But we welcome everybody's welcome this, and we also welcome any challenges you give us in the future, because I don't think it's all about this is wonderful. It could be quite challenging for us as a council, and we ought to be looking at that and facing up to those challenges. So we look forward to a later report, but thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you. And I'd just like to say that I really do value the support that I'm being given. But I hope I also get the same enthusiasm when I start asking you to do some work.
Excellent. Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you. We can move on to the next item, 11, draft housing revenue account budget, which is Chris Burgeon and Councillor Cutt-Kelvin. So I don't know if Councillor Cutt-Kelvin is going to start with it.
I'll just say a couple of very quick words, Chair. Thank you. And that's firstly really just to thank Chris and his team and the finance team, but also to thank the tenants and leaseholders and the Housing Scrutiny Commission, because obviously the meaningful engagement that we have from them year in, year out is essential. There are still some significant pressures to the budget, not least from the cumulative impact of loss of right to buy. But despite that, the officers have come forward with what is a balanced budget, and one that most importantly continues to invest in the quality and the standards of our stock. I'll let Chris go through some of the details and save other comments should it be passed for full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Would you like me to take through the report? Is that acceptable? So the headlines to the HRA budget proposal is that we're again able to propose a balanced budget by recommending to only increase core rents by 1.5% and service charge by 2%. What that means is, as an average, tenants will see a £1.11 increase in their weekly rent. I want to draw your attention to Appendix D on page 44 of your pack. That sets out that Leicester Council has the significantly low rents, with them being almost 50% cheaper than private sector rental rates in Leicester. I also wanted to make the Commission aware that over 60% of our tenants will be unaffected by the proposal because they're in receipt of either housing benefit or universal credit. And I also wanted to remind the Commission that the Council has been legally bound for the previous 4 years of having to reduce the rent by 1% each year, while also having to manage the ongoing pressures. So this year's proposed increase will help, as Councillor Cutt-Kelvin said, to address a number of budget pressures. These are set out in 4.21 of the report on page 33 of your report pack. The main ones I'll pick up, these are the ongoing right to buy stock loss and the associated rental income loss of £1.135 million and inflationary pressures of £1.676 million. Now, in order to balance the budget, it's been necessary alongside the proposed rent increase to identify and implement balancing items. If you look at 4.31 of the report, you'll see those on page 34 and 35 of your pack. But just to pick out the headlines, so they include the additional rent that we'll achieve through the properties we're currently acquiring, a saving linked to the change to the Homes Not Hostels offer, and some minor reductions to budgets in repairs and gas materials and the structural works budget. I want to draw your attention to the fact that the overall proposed capital budget is £87.8 million, with £70 million of this related to council house acquisitions and new build, with the remainder mostly going into property improvements. This additional commitment will take the council's investment into new council housing to £100 million. Appendix B on page 41 of your pack set out the capital budget in more detail. You'll see that we continue to invest at the same level in our existing stock, with ongoing programs involving our kitchens and bathroom replacements, our boiler replacements and rewires, all at equivalent levels to previous years. There are some minor tweaks to other capital budgets linked to changing demand and need. The main changes to the budgets are an increase in the roofing budget of £150,000, taking it up to £900,000, and that's linked to increased demand for need for roof replacements. There's also a proposed decrease in the fire risk works budget to £850,000, previously £1 million, linked to reducing demand after strong investment for a number of years in communal area programmes of fire-related improvements. The capital budget also includes the ongoing budget proposal last year for public realm investment in the St Matthews and St Peter's area, with £1.9 million proposed to be invested in council housing estates under this next year. A new budget is proposed to be added linked to retrofitting to address fuel poverty and the climate emergency on existing stock. And just point you in the direction, more information is provided in relation to that on page 54 in Appendix F on priorities items 37 to 39. But just to draw out a little of that, our technical team in housing are working with the energy team to procure an organisation to lead on the decarbonisation of the council's housing stock by 2030. We're also working with De Montfort University on specific types of our property types. And I wanted to draw the attention really of the Commission that actually, although it's not in this year's, there's only a small budget this year, there will be an additional capital budget need in future years linked to this work. We're also proposing the capital budget to add a budget associated to a pilot on a new fencing piece of work that'll help us drive and determine what the council housing fencing strategy is going forward. And finally, there's an additional budget linked to work we're doing changing our family temporary accommodation offering, moving to homes, not hostels, and enhancing our Bridal Spur Way accommodation offer. So tonight, Chair, I asked the Commission to note the financial pressures on the HRA, comment on the proposals for delivering a balanced budget. I just want to draw your attention to the Commission to note the consultation feedback, which is included in Appendix G and Appendix H for the Housing Scrutiny Commission and the Tenants Forum, which is on page 60 and 63. Just in summary, in relation to that, I can confirm that while there were some reservations from both groups about the 1.5% rent increase due to the current economic climate and the impact on the vulnerable, overall, both groups supported the budget proposals, including the rent increase. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Councillor, I'll go back to front, sorry, not back to front, change the order, but it's handy because Councillor Wesley is first on and he's chair of the Housing Scrutiny. So, Councillor Wesley.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks for reversing. Having said that, we gave this a thorough look at the Housing Scrutiny, if members have read the minutes. While nobody likes, in these circumstances, any increases whatsoever, but speaking to tenants reps on their body, they welcome it because we still have to invest in our property. They want to see repairs at the forefront of anything and keeping our stocks up to date. I'm not going to drag on, Chair, because scrutiny passed it, and I welcome the report, and I'd like to thank Chris, all his housing team, and the Assistant Mayor for the work they've put into this, and I urge members to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley. Councillor Waddington.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Chris, for the report. I do want to ask a question about adaptations to council houses for those with disabilities. I notice on page 36 that you are reducing the budget for existing disabled tenants with a view to putting £300,000 into a new budget for adapting properties so that people on the waiting lists can gain access to those. Well, what we do know is that there are a very large number of people with disabilities, families with disability members, disabled members, waiting for council houses, and they are often waiting for years because we don't have properties that are adapted for that purpose. So I suppose I'm asking, is £300,000 sounds a small amount in view of the large demand there is and the long waits that many of these families have? And I wondered if you'd like to comment on that to see whether we can in any way increase that budget so that more families with disabled members can gain access to badly needed adapted council houses.
Thank you. And Councillor Thalukdar.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, I welcome the report, and I just wanted to ask a few questions in page 60. Is 2% increase in service charges. Is it for every council tenant or is it for certain kind of property? Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to respond to any of those questions or comments, Chris? Councillor Delvin or Chris?
Yeah, certainly, Sharon. I'm happy to pick them up if that's all right with Councillor Kelvin. So I suppose the first point is in relation to, you're right, Councillor Waddington, we've been doing and investing over £1.2 million in adaptations for existing tenants for some years. And what we found is we've had we're basically up to date with all the requests we've received, and so we wanted to divert some of that money towards those people who are waiting for properties because of the lack of available adapted properties that come forward. This really, the £300,000 is only one string in relation to multiple things we're looking to do in relation to those who are waiting for adapted properties. We already put £500,000 into the budget in relation to completing alterations on properties in order to achieve that. And we're equally, as part of our acquisitions programme, we're also undertaking to purchase properties that are suitable for people on the housing register in order to facilitate that too. What we are currently doing is a review of those most in need on our housing register, which will help us to determine exactly how much and which strand we particularly need as we develop individual plans for those people on the housing register in need of adapted properties. So the £300,000, I suppose, will be a starting point, and we'll have to monitor and review as to whether there's a need for additional funding going forward. In relation to Councillor Thalukdar, just to confirm that the 2% service charge is on all council tenancies, not just selected ones. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Porter, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd muted yourself. But
I had muted. I keep doing it because I'm coughing and I don't want it to go in your ears.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know how good your memory is, Ted, but it was probably about a year or so ago when I mentioned at one of these overview and scrutiny meetings about Border House. And I was, because I'd been told by some people who work there that there was a proposal to close it down, and that because it was going to cost a huge amount of money to refurbish it, to bring it up to standards, because it wasn't considered to be habitable. And I think at the meeting I was basically told, oh no, there's no plans for this. But if you look on page 35 in the report, there's an item here on Border House, and it says that the closure of Border House was announced in February 2020. Well, it was announced by me, if you remember, at the meeting, which would have been about this time last year. So what I'm really want clarification on was why was I basically told at that meeting that what I was talking about was all a load of baloney, basically. And if the proposal was there, why didn't the senior cabinet lead, who was also present at the meeting at the time, know anything about it? And I would like to know, because the concern that I raised at the time was that what I'd been told was that the place was closing down because it wasn't fit for human habitation, but then it was going to be re-let out to house people who were homeless. And my concern, I think, which was a clear concern, and I think members of this committee would agree with me, if a property isn't fit for to house people in, why should it then be, or the proposal was to then be reallocated to people who are homeless? Now, hopefully that hasn't happened, because I highlighted the problem, but I would just like to know really what was going on a year ago when I was quite clearly told that what I was saying, that the place was closing down, was untrue. But a positive thing, which I must say within the report, is that the council do finally appear to have addressed their obligations to tackle climate change. This is something which I've been saying, why were you going ahead spending millions and millions of pounds every year putting in gas boilers, when clearly gas boilers and the consequence of burning fossil fuels is what's causing global warming, and by the council insisting on providing new ones really isn't going to take us anywhere in terms of tackling climate change. So I'm pleased to hear that that message has finally got through and the council are going to do something about it. But my last point is, which I'd really like clarification on, and I think a lot of other people who I've spoken to as well would like an answer to this, is can you explain the logic of the council going into the housing market with millions of pounds, buying up properties which are already built, already constructed, so they're already homes for people to live in, thereby possibly inflating house prices because they're using public money to go into a limited market. And then those houses obviously will be then taken back into the council's housing stock, which then gives people the right to buy. So within, I think, I don't know, maybe Chris can clarify this, but as far as I understand it, after you've lived there for a few years, you're able to buy it at a huge discount. I just think it's a completely unsustainable way to proceed, to go into the commercial market, buying up existing properties, spending, I think, in excess of £7 million doing so. To my mind, and I think the mind of most sensible people, it's unsustainable, and it's a completely irrational way of doing it. If the council's got money to spend, which it clearly has in the capital programme, then they should be spending it more wisely than pushing it down the route of so-called, you know, in the commercial market. So clarification on those, if I may. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kitterick.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just the only questions I've got to add is, can you give us an update on the purchase of Hospital Close from the University Hospitals of Leicester, which has appeared in the forward plan?
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, do you want to deal with those questions, Chris?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. So, in relation to Border House, I'll take the suggestion that it's going to be utilised for other purposes. Just a little bit of backstory, not to spend too long on it, is during this year, while there have been many negatives to this last year, actually the closing of the evictions in relation to rent arrears has meant we've seen a significant reduction in family homelessness. So during that time, and because we've continued to move people on positively, we have been able to gradually move people out of Border House to the extent where it's now been empty for a number of months and not utilised. And there are no plans to utilise it. It will go back into for corporate consideration of what should happen to the particular site, but it won't be associated to housing homelessness. In relation to the suggestion that the information wasn't shared at the last commission last year, I have to say, from a memory perspective, I can't exactly remember when the decision was taken, if that was after the commission meeting. I can only assume that it was, Chair, but I'm more than happy to double check back and have a direct conversation with Councillor Porter in relation to that matter, if that helps. In relation to Councillor Kitterick, the purchase of Hospital Close has progressed really well. We're at the final point of just tying up our legal aspects to the deal, and it will be completed very shortly. And I suppose in relation to going back to Councillor Porter's question about the logic of council going into the housing market and buying properties that already exist, I think Hospital Close is a prime example where over 170 units that wouldn't have been utilised and would probably have been knocked down if the council had not stepped in to purchase them. So actually bringing those 170 units back into use, doing them up and then utilising them for the 6,000 people who are on the housing register in some need of housing is a perfect example why we are going back into the housing market to purchase properties and utilise them for those that are in most need and on our housing register. In relation to the question about buying things back and then them selling them on, I think the point to note is for a 10-year period beyond buying them back, there is a cost floor associated to the purchase, and that cost floor is exactly what we've paid for it. So while it only takes 2 years for somebody to start to gain a potential discount associated to the right to buy scheme, they would not be able to utilise that discount on any of the properties that we've purchased for at least 10 years because they'd have to pay the price we actually paid for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Okay, Councillor Joshi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your report, which I welcome. Looking at the priorities which were assessed by HRA expenditure on page 47 and part of the Labour manifesto, the very first bullet point is to provide 1,500 council, social and extra care homes. Could you give some indication of the timescale for this particular item, that how long will it take to build all these houses which is mentioned here, and also to ensure that no one has to sleep rough on our streets. Even now, today, we still have a lot of people who do sleep rough. In fact, there is one person sleeping rough in front of the Dawn Centre even today in a small blue tent, which I found a little bit upsetting to see that the Dawn Centre is there to provide shelter for the homeless, and yet we have someone actually camping out, living in a small blue tent right in front of the Dawn Centre. So with this, and I do welcome all the other bullet points which are prioritized, which is very welcome, I must say, and hope that every one of them comes to fruition. But this particular two item came to my mind, and I thought I'll ask the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor G.
Obviously, I sit on when this came to it. I supported the increase in rents, even though no one raised them. But we do need to invest in our housing stock to stay as a good landlord, at which this budget means we will remain.
Okay, and finally, Councillor Joel. Not
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Chris, for the briefing and the report. I'm just going to take you to, excuse me, the section on fire safety on page 50 of our pack. My question really, you may or may not immediately have the the answer is. Just wanted to know if your team has linked up with the Fire and Rescue Service around the recent report and research they've done around culture, ethnicity, and fire attitudes and responses. They've looked at the ethnic communities and how they respond to fire. So I don't know if that's something that as a City Council, your team participated in at all.
Okay, and I've just got a question really, or a comment that sometimes we get as councillors reports of people living in terrible private sector accommodation, appalling private sector accommodation, and it's really great to see that Leicester City Council's public housing is being looked after and invested in to a very high quality, so that people who live in council houses can see themselves as living in a place that's as good as perhaps buying their own. I just wish they'd keep it rather than buying it, keep it as council rather than buying it. But I think we lost that battle many decades ago. So thank you very much for your report. There's maybe some questions you need to come back on, Chris.
Certainly, Chair. So in relation to Councillor Josh's questions, the timescales for delivery in relation to the 1,500 units, obviously, since the manifesto commitment, we've been working hard to actually make sure we deliver to the commitment. In our first year, we delivered 340 new units, which is fantastic. And there'll be shortly a press release into our recent new build houses, which will be coming out in focusing on Ross Hill Crescent and some of the other properties that are now becoming available, which do look fantastic. So please look out for that. The timescales are that we'll be working over the, I suppose, the 4-year duration of the commitment to deliver as many new units as possible, really, and if possible, to try to exceed the 1,500 that the manifesto commitment requires. So, but it will probably span over the whole 4 years. In relation to the aspect of no one having to sleep rough, what I just wanted to raise to the Commission is we did obviously our annual count. Something I updated all members on before was the fact that we were actually at the lowest point a number we've had for a number of years, with only I think it was 12 that were counted on the night when we did the annual count. What I wanted to reassure the Commission on was we have ability and capacity to be able to take anyone in, and we do continue an everyone in offer. And that continues to be our commitment. So sadly, we have those individuals who will not accept the offers of accommodation. So we continue to try in multiple different ways, but sometimes they continue to refuse until they reach a point where a change in their own personal circumstances. So including the small blue tent at the front of the Dunn Centre, which is somewhat ironic. We will continue to offer accommodation for people, but obviously what we can't do is guarantee they'll take it. In relation to Councillor Joe Hall and the fire safety, I have to confess that I've not seen the fire attitudes in relation to the piece of work the fire and rescue service have done, and would welcome her sending me a copy if she has something. We do meet regularly with the fire brigade over kind of our existing stock, and we have a strong relationship with them, but I'm not aware of us being engaged and involved in that particular piece of work.
Thank you, Chris. Well, thank you for your report and comments, and Councillor Cutkelvin. The Scrutiny Committee is asked to note and comment. We've made loads of comments. I think without having to go to a vote on it, I think people have accepted the views of the Housing Commission and tenants that this rent increase is valid and ensures that investment is going to continue in their housing. So we can note this report and move on. But thank you very much. We now move to item 12, which is the draft general fund revenue budget. and Alison, who's been waiting patiently there, is presenting this report. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just do a brief introduction to the report, and I'm sure the City Mayor may want to comment too. So this is the draft General Fund budget for 21-22. It was published in December and has been received by all scrutiny commissions now, and you're the final one. So just a little bit of background. This budget is being proposed at a time of extreme uncertainty. The pandemic has hit us after 10 years of severe spending cuts, and during which time we have lost over £100 million of government funding per year. And at present, we just don't know the full extent of the spending which will result from the pandemic restrictions or the impact of a subsequent economic downturn. We may need to reshape services to best meet needs in the new environment we will face when the pandemic is over. So when this report was produced, it was on the basis of the draft finance settlement. And we've only got information on our grant for 21-22. We don't know anything about government's intentions on funding beyond this. And I can say that the final settlement was published this afternoon, and our early reading of it is it doesn't change any figures in the report in front of you. So I have recommended to the City Mayor and the Executive that this budget is a stopgap budget for the next 12 months. Our finances will be reviewed when there is more certainty. I'm advising that it's not sensible to do it now. So in line with this approach, we've made minimal changes to the budget. What we've had to do is provide extra monies, particularly for social care, where my officers work on the numbers of receipt trends, how people's health deteriorates and care packages increase. So there's a £10 million increase in the budget for social care. The government only actually provides a social care grant of £3 million towards our costs, and gives us the opportunity to increase council tax by a further 3%, and thereby placing the funding burden on our electorate. But interestingly, that raises 3.6%. That's 3.6 million. So we are still over 3 million short in terms of the cost of growth. So on that basis, the budget is balanced with the use of £20 million of reserves. And I would like to say that we are very fortunate in having these monies reflecting the difficult decisions that the Executive and yourselves have had to take in the past. Many other local authorities are just unable to take the approach we've adopted, and you'll be reading in the local government press, I'm sure, many local authorities saying they are financially unsustainable going forward. I do need to say that the picture remains gloomy. In predicting future years' budgets, it's harder than ever because I really don't know what government's going to do with the spending review this year, the impact on business rates and the impacts on city centres, and the downturn in the economy. So at the moment, my estimates, and they are estimates, is that we could be short of funding by around 21-22 of around 40 million. And of course, we have reserves, but every year we use reserves, our reserves will decline. So I will leave it there. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alison. City Mayor, any comments at this stage?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Chair. Yes, as Alison has said, I mean, obviously, it's very difficult to budget at the moment, not least because it's been a very disruptive year, and also, of course, the future is somewhat uncertain. But I mean, I can just sort of, as it were, repay the compliment to Alison. The fact that our finances are comparatively stable compared with many other local authorities is very much down, of course, to the very difficult decisions that we've often had to take, but also the very sound advice that she and her colleagues have given us, and I'm very grateful to that. And certainly, I think her advice about the nature of the budget ahead is one that I and my colleagues have listened to very carefully. However, Chair, notwithstanding the difficult times we're in, I have listened very carefully to what's been said by the consultees and also particularly by the scrutiny commissions. You may wish to note this in your minutes, Chair, but obviously I will formalise it by way of the proposal that I put to Council and that we'll be able to discuss prior to that at our political group. But I do intend to recognise, as the scrutiny commissions have, that particularly at the present time, the role and function of our public health officers has been very much at the forefront and has been stretched to a very, very considerable extent. And I do believe that it is necessary for us to put some additional resources behind that, and to recognise that while we always knew it was important, it is going to be of paramount importance in the years ahead. And I do intend, when making the recommendations to our group and to the council, to add, at least initially, a further £200,000, perhaps slightly more, to that budget to enable them to make some very detailed changes that I've discussed with them, and I'll spell them out when we get to the Chair, to strengthen their team. I'm also aware, as commissions have pointed out, as scrutiny committees have pointed out, that there are going to be increasing needs for the most vulnerable in our communities. And I do, on the back of that, Chair, intend to top up the discretionary council tax hardship fund in light of exceptional economic difficulties that people have faced by £500,000 in the first instance, but I'll keep under review the extent to which it is used during the year. I also intend to recognise that there is likely to be a continued call on the crisis support payments that we make. And again, it's something I'll keep reviewing as the year goes on to see whether any further support is needed. But I do intend to, in the budget, provide for an extra £300,000 for additional crisis support payments. Finally, Chair, I'm also aware that the Discretionary Housing Payments Fund is also likely to come under pressure as we go forward. And with that, Chair, I'm intending to top up that Discretionary Housing Payments Fund by an initial £900,000 to ensure that we at least are able to provide for those who are in desperate hardship. As I've said, Chair, those are initial sums, and I want, in all four of those cases, to keep them under review as the year progresses. But I have to stress, of course, that our revenue budgets remain very pressurised, and in putting additional funds into those services, inevitably it puts additional strain on our ability to cope with what is undoubtedly the scenario ahead of us, which is greater austerity, by whatever name it is given, from the government. But I just don't feel that it is possible for us, frankly, as a Labour administration, to fail to recognise the needs both of public health and of those in most distress as a result of the pandemic. So, Chair, with those particular comments in mind, as I say, I will spell them out in more detail before we actually get to the budget meeting. But you may wish to note them in your minutes as a commitment made this evening. I hope, Chair, that the committee will support the revenue budget this evening, and that we can take it forward together to our group and then to council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Just for clarification, does those proposals, which I'm sure we would all want to support, make the gap in resources bigger than it is 20.2 million at the moment?
In one way or another, yes, Chair, that is inevitable. Although, of course, the extent to which we are able to meet it from our general revenue budget from reserves and so on is something that perhaps Alison will need to do a bit of tidying up before we actually get to the council meeting with them. But of course, the more we put in the revenue budget, the more we actually spend that revenue budget, the bigger our problems in future years. But I don't think in the present climate we can do anything other than seek to make the resources available that are necessary both for public health and for the support of those who are most disadvantaged and in greatest need.
Thank you, Peter. Just wanted that clarified for members to understand it. But you're not proposing any other cuts as such to make up for that. You just will manage it.
No, Chair. But unfortunately, as we all know, the pressure on a budget is one that, particularly with the growth in social care costs, continues to escalate from year to year. And the need for us to continue to seek to find ways of managing those increased demands and of meeting the the needs of providing other services, particularly obviously of course other statutory services, is a problem that is ongoing. We've had 10 years of it.
Yes, thank you. We'll take the members in reverse alphabetical order for Councillor Wesley's sake, really, and others, sorry. Councillor Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say I fully support the budget and welcome the assurances the Mayor's given in amending, especially to the vulnerable people, but I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waddington.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just briefly want to refer to the conclusions of the Economic Development Scrutiny Commission, which you probably haven't had the opportunity to read because they came out. But in a way, I mean, Peter has responded by giving further information. Clearly, the issue of austerity in the future is not something that we are able to address in this year's budget. We're dealing with a one-year budget. We're hoping that the future will not be as bleak as the past has been in relation to public sector services. But one issue which was raised, and I'm delighted that Peter's made reference to it, was the potential impact of a 5% council tax rise on those who are least able to pay it. We did ask for consideration of the budget around hardship grants to be considered to enable those people who would be suffering the most from an increase to have some form of mitigation. And I'm pleased that Peter has come up not just with ideas but with figures attached to them, which is a very good step forward. I'm wondering whether it would be possible when the letters go out and they fall on people's doorstep and they tell them your council tax for the forthcoming year is going to rise, whether there could be some information included about the opportunity to apply for various hardship grants or council tax support grants or housing grants, because this is the time when people begin to fear the future. And while 5% council tax is modest in relation to what we have to pay for some people, it's in these current circumstances, it's going to be a heavy burden. So these hardship funds are vitally important. It's good that figures are attached. We need to make sure that people know that that sort of support is available to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Waddington. And Councillor Thalukdar.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for the report, and I welcome the budget. And I'm just echoing through that it's very vital that people have the information for the support they can get from the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Peter, do you want to come back on any of that?
No, I very much welcome that, Chair, and I will seek to do all I can to make sure that both in the mailing now, but on other occasions, people are aware of the need of the availability of the support that we're offering here. I welcome that suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, looking at it from what's just been said, it appears it's a very, very mixed up way of doing things that Sir Peter's congratulated for setting up this exceptional hardship fund, when the exceptional hardship fund is precisely there because he's increased council tax so significantly since he's been in power. It's an absolutely ridiculous way of looking at it. He jacks up council tax to the maximum every year, which he's done since 2010-11 when he's first started off. And then we're all praising him because he's taken our money to put into a pot of money to give back to people who can't afford to pay it. Why not, rather than setting up an exceptional hardship fund, which clearly is going to cost money to run, why not say what we all do is we understand people are under extreme pressure at the moment. So what we'll do is we won't jack up council tax. It really, I find it incredible that you people can sit here and think, oh, isn't he such a kind man that he's jacking up council tax in order to stick it into a pot of money to give back to people he's taken it from in the first place. It's literally, it beggars belief, really does, and I'm surprised none of you have picked up on this. Really, it's exasperating, and the reason why I mention this is because I've had people contacting me recently who are elderly. They can't go out to go and work to get the extra money. And they are very, very worried about the increases that are coming in council tax, that they're going to struggle to pay for everything, especially as the way food prices and everything else is going up. They're on a fixed income, and really, I think, you have to be more considerate about exactly what you're doing, and that I would like to know precisely what level of desperation somebody has to be in order to be able to claim some of this exceptional hardship fund. I mean, have they got to be on zero income? And if they're down to that sort of level, don't they get picked up by government support and government benefits? So if you could just clarify that for me, it would be useful. And the reason I mention it is these people are saying they're paying almost £1,700 a year in council tax, and they feel they get absolutely nothing from it whatsoever. The streets don't get weeded in the summer. There's potholes in the road, and a lot of people do actually really resent the way the council tax has been jacked up year on year since 2010. And it would be interesting to know exactly how much it has gone up, because it's becoming unbearable. Another point I'd like to, this is really for Alison, which is about the adult social care precept, and when it was, and since it's been introduced, actually how much money has been raised, because I know it's supposed to be ring fenced, and a few years ago I did question that because I noticed some of it appeared to be not being utilized for the purpose that it had been ring fenced for. So could I get some clarification really on how much money's been raised on that, and whether the number of people, because that are claiming this money, to what extent that's increased, and how much is in the pot for adult social care? So thank you very much, Ted.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kitterick.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, it's probably quite timely. I would imagine Councillor Joshi will say something about it, but as sat on the committee, one of the main drivers for having to increase council tax is the increased cost of social care, and the reality is, if you've read the papers, that's where the big increase is coming from. So we're in a position where we either don't provide the care packages, we can keep the council tax down, but who's going to pay for the care packages? So we really are stuck. There's nothing much in this budget which is discretionary. It's just covering the cost of social care. So I mean, probably one for Alison and Peter. I mean, certainly when it was adult social care, this continuing spiraling in the costs of adult social care, it's just utterly unsustainable. And I'm just wondering about thoughts about more fundamental work that we can do. Admittedly, we're in the hands of government, but it really is, what collective approaches are we making? Because if in the end our council and other councils are absolutely broken down by cost pressures, it will be adult social care packages, which are needed, which really do break ourselves and other councils across the country. Other than that, welcome the decision on the 0 to 19 commissioning, the withdrawal of that budget reduction, but also to express a note of caution about continuing to see sexual health and contraception services as an area for budget reductions. I appreciate that COVID-19 has changed all sorts of behaviours, and sexual behaviours will be amongst them. However, certainly the consequences of poor sexual health or a lack of access to contraception can quite literally have lifetime consequences. So I fully understand that everything is up in the air at the moment, but that these matters are given some consideration early on, and they're not left, because they've got profound implications if we don't give the right level of service for this area where we provide for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, I'll stop there because quite a lot to deal with. Peter, sorry, City Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I very much agree with the points that Patrick has just made there, and I can say, Chair, that obviously the need for us to look at social care costs, adults and children's, is obviously paramount, just for no other reason because of the scale of the budgets involved, and because, of course, at a time when the other services that we provide are being squeezed, they're ones that are having to increase, which brings me really to Nigel's point, that the sums that we've been able to raise by the supplements that the government's allowed us to make to our council tax are ones that do very little to contribute towards the actual increasing costs in those areas over the last 10 years. And Alison may have the figures to hand immediately, but it's certainly the case that they're only a small contribution towards the cost, which comes to the fundamentals of Nigel's point, which is, of course, that adult social care is going up directly. That council tax rather is going up, as it has done over the years, in here and in councils across the land of all political controls, is going up directly as a result of the withdrawal of cuts of funding and cuts made by the government in the name of austerity. And I would remind him again, as I have done before, that that was a policy supported by the Liberal Democrats when they propped up the Tory government, and one for which he must take responsibility.
Thank you, Peter. Just while I think of it, Patrick, I don't know if you've got any interest to declare, as you weren't available at the beginning of the meeting.
No interest to declare, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Joshi.
Sorry, Chair. I think there's just 2 points, if I could respond, just on Councillor Waddington.
Sorry. Yeah.
Question about hardship advice within council tax bills. Yes, we do put that in. We do try and make it very visual as well, not some long text for people to read. And I will review personally what's going in the bills this year and what is online. And just with Councillor Porter, I think in my preamble I did set out that the adult social care precept, as it's referred to, is £3.6 million. The cost of the increase we anticipate in care packages this year is £10 million. So the precept goes nowhere near covering the increase in cost. And whilst in previous years, yes, we have at outturn declared underspends in adult social care, I've also included comprehensive reasons for those. It is not in care packages. It is in our own staffing service where we had difficulty in recruiting. So the costs have been with the council, the savings have been with the council, not in packages to individuals. And just finally, I absolutely understand that people look at a council tax bill and say, well, what's in it for me? It's not possible to show what every penny is spent on. But as the City Mayor pointed out, 2/3 of the council's budget is spent on social care, our vulnerable children and our vulnerable adults, which is a relatively small proportion of our population. But that is what it is. And I have presented to you previously the slides which showed what we refer to the jaws of doom. And if the lack of the social care funding issue being addressed continues, then in 10 years' time, we will only do social care as a statutory function. So it is very perilous. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Kitterick that the long deferred review of social care funding is absolutely essential to all councils for future sustainability.
Thank you, Alison. Councillor Joshi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Alison for your general budget report, which I welcome and will be supporting. And thank you to Councillor Kitterick, who is also member of the Adult Social Care Scrutiny Commission. And we've had a good thorough look at the budget as far as Adult Social Care Commission is concerned. And naturally, comments were made on the ever-increasing costs and pressures on the adult social care and the care package year upon year. And this year we are looking at 10 million. Next year it will be more than that, and following years as well. There is no doubt about that. We all know for a fact that the cost pressures on adult social care and providing the care our elderly and vulnerable people need is ever increasing, and no one can argue on that at all. With that in mind, I just wanted to remind Councillor Porter that the reason we are faced with a situation of 5% increase in the council budget is the direct result of the central government. Many years ago, all local authorities were capped where they could not increase their council tax more than 2.2% or 2.5%. But many years ago, they completely withdrew the amount of monies each local authorities used to receive. And that also has had a detrimental impact on local finances as well. And that is the reason why, by withdrawing that powers, the local authorities have had to resort into increasing the council tax to balance the budgets and to provide the necessary services our citizens need. So it is that argument has to go back to the central government naturally, because it is their doing by withdrawing the funding all local authorities used to receive. Having said that, the reason why we are in this position where we have got a lot of financial pressures, but despite that, and through the prudency of the finance officer and the offices of the finances, that Leicester City Council is still in a position to say that we are still doing better than other neighboring counties and councils as well, where we all know that so many councils are on the verge of bankruptcy and falling through the cliff. So if that was not the situation, we would also have been in the same position like other councils throughout up and down the country as well. So having said that, it is important that we remember the reasons why we are in this situation, and this situation is going to continue into the next year and beyond as well. But having said that, thank you to Alison for the hard work you have been doing and being so prudent and looking after the council's budget, that we are in a better position compared to other councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joshi. Councillor G.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Alison for the work that she's done over the years to keep us in a position where we aren't in a situation like Northamptonshire County Council. I'd like to remind Councillor Porter that it was under his party when they were part of the Conservative Lib Dem coalition that started underinvesting in councils. And I actually work for a local council where I'm a rep, and the only thing that's kept the majority of services running is raising council tax, because we are being underinvested with spiraling costs in adult social care. So while I don't like raising council tax, it is a necessary evil at the minute, because we're not getting support from the government to cover our costs and keep our services running. So I welcome the fact that we've got a balanced budget, and we need to put more pressure on this government to actually fund councils properly so we can provide the services that our residents need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor G. And Councillor Joel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alison, for the presentation. Yes, I excuse me. Oh dear, pardon me. I just want to say thank you for the detailed report, and I do and will be supporting the increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think members are very pleased, if you like, that our council's finances are being managed responsibly, and I just hope that the government recognises that and not just supports councils that are failing, but gives support to councils that are like ours, that are managing our resources responsibly. Scrutiny Committee is asked to note and comment, and you've had some very useful comments, so thank you very much once again. Can we move to the draft capital programme now? And that's Alison again.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is, I suppose I'll use the word, a disappointing capital programme. I'm sure for many of you, it's one of the smallest capital programmes you will have seen for quite some time. Again, along the lines of the revenue budget, I'm proposing, or I've recommended to the City Mayor, to do a one-year programme and really to focus on the schemes within the programme that we usually do as annual sums and annual programmes, because again, we really do not know what the pressure on us will be, what we will need to do to stimulate the economy and recover. Also, it would be fair to say that throughout the monitoring reports that you've had this year, we had a really big programme in the last couple of years, and there is a significant amount of slippage. So it's a balance as well of, there's a huge amount of schemes that will still continue to be delivered, and that they are set out in the report, including what Chris Bergin spoke to you about before, and the significant housing programme. So officers have got an awful lot to get on with, as well as the relatively modest programme that's in front of you. So as in the previous year, we set it out over some of our key priority themes: the people and neighbourhoods, highways, and tourism and culture. So the report does set out the schemes by those themes and what is in there, and whether they are immediate starts or are policy provisions which will come through for further decisions in due course. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Alison. Peter, anything to add?
Yes, only, Chair, that although, as Alison said, there's obviously been considerable slippage during the current year. One of the things we have looked at is, the extent to which, as a result of things being delayed, there are additional costs involved for us. I think Alison will confirm that actually, although obviously there are some additional costs, they're comparatively modest compared with the scale of what we're doing. And that is something of a relief. But yes, this isn't by any means the most exciting capital programme we've put in front of us, but that doesn't mean to say that there aren't a lot of exciting things already in the programme that as soon as COVID allows, we're determined to deliver. Obviously, important commitments that we've made in our manifesto that we are determined to have delivered and have available at the time of the next election, just to demonstrate that, in fact, Labour, despite football that's being thrown at our city is keeping its promises. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Now, members, well, we're asking in turn, if you've got any question or comment, if you could keep it brief if possible, because time is moving forward. But the first person, Councillor Joel.
Thank you, Chair. No comments.
Thank you. Councillor G.
I have no comments or questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joshi.
Yes, thank you. And once again, I do welcome, and we did discuss this budget in the Annual Social Care Scrutiny Commission. No, it was the Neighbourhood Scrutiny Commission, sorry, which I'm a member of it. And I hope that Councillor Thalukdar doesn't mind asking me this question. I did raise the issue about the £300,000, which is provided to continue for the flood strategy.
How's your day?
Hello?
Sorry, that was some interruption. I think whoever hasn't got their microphone muted, please mute it.
Yeah, so if I may continue through you, Chair, was that I just highlighted the issue of the recent floods where over the years, the heavy rainfalls has been on the increase. This year, we have seen unprecedented amount of rainfall and snowfall, which has caused a huge amount of flooding in Leicester, Leicestershire, and other regions in the country as well. But looking at our own home ground, I did make a comment that we will need to be mindful of the £300,000 which has been earmarked to provide to continue the flood defenses as well. That I think that will have to be looked at in the near future, because the costs of this particular aspect will be greater than £300,000. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kitterick.
My comments will be, I'll reserve them until we have the item on the call-in.
Okay. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. As you're probably aware, the council has this ridiculous scheme where they light up empty buildings because they say it makes the city centre look pretty. Now, we're all under these budget pressures, as been highlighted by various members of the council. So, just out of interest, my question is: this scheme where they light up the empty buildings, obviously it's not very good for the environment, and I don't support it at all, but it would be interesting to know, in the light of all these budget pressures, how much it's actually costing the city council every year for that. And just going through the report as well, a couple of points I'd like to raise, just to see how you can justify this spend when we're under so many budget pressures. And I just feel, is it really necessary? There's on page 151, we've got a fleet replacement programme, which is coming in at just over £3 million. Now, I'm sure there'll be an explanation for why this sort of splash of cash is so important. So I look forward to hearing it. And again, another one here we've got on page 150, just under £1.5 million on work in the De Montfort Hall. Again, the De Montfort Hall is I wouldn't have thought it's going to be open for a while, and we just seem to be ploughing a huge amount of money into these various projects. So the justification for these schemes would be quite interesting to know. And another one here, we've got over £250,000 on these heritage interpretation panels. I just wonder why we consider those as such great value for money. Whenever they go up in my ward, people are more than happy to have a snipe at the Labour Council for putting them up, because they think there are more important priorities. There was one recently put up in the ward, and I was inundated with emails by people saying exactly how ridiculous it is that the council's going around spending this sort of money. Over £250,000 might not seem much to Sir Peter with his fancy ideas, but to most people it seems it's a huge amount of money. So those are my little niggles. Thank you.
Okay, I'll stop there. Alison or Peter?
Oh, I think I'd better respond, Chair, because, you know,
yes,
Nigel, as usual, you know, being, how can I put it, less than constructive. Chair, I genuinely haven't got a clue what the first item was about lighting up empty buildings, but, you know, I'll perhaps let that one pass. With regard to Mumford Hall, of course, it is our major concert venue, and it has over many years, on and off, had the investment that it needs to maintain it. And this is one of the years when it does need some further investment. And you know, frankly, it's something that is very much appreciated by the people of Leicester and beyond. And I think to allow it to decay by failing to put investment in is something that the people of Leicester would not thank us for. As part of the Vehicle Replacement Fund, Alison will know this better than I probably. I don't know whether she has it off the top of her head, but I think this is just pretty much what we invest every year, because we have a very large fleet of vehicles. And the fact is that although that fleet is somewhat, quite significantly smaller than it used to be, and significantly cheaper than it used to be, it nonetheless does require a continued investment in replacing it. Otherwise, without those vehicles, parks don't get tended and cut. The weeds that Councillor Porter was talking about earlier on do not get treated, and the houses do not have their repairs done because people can't don't have the vans to get to their door to do it. Those vehicles are needed. And as for the heritage panels, finally, Chair, they're something that have been enormously popular with Leicester people and with Leicester visitors, and have helped to showcase Leicester as a place to visit. And increasing numbers of people do visit here, and have also helped to raise the awareness of Leicester's proud 2,000 years of history amongst our own people. And they are very widely been praised, and it's not just by those who actually you know, are here, as it were, as visitors or as residents, but also by other councils who have seen what we've done and are very, very keen to copy it.
And the question about flood investment,
So,
Councillor John, is that Alison?
Yes, I'll pick up the flood investment. I think it's important to point out that the £300,000 is funding predominantly for the flood plan and the work that the flood team do. The responsibility for some of the significant flood schemes does sit with the Environment Agency and Severn Trent. So it looks a small amount of money because it's not funding, you know, huge flood schemes. That said, when considering the draft capital programme, the City Mayor did say, I would like to sort of understand further what this levers in to the city, because it's leverage funding. So we will certainly be doing that piece of work next year. And just on fleet, it does look an awful lot of money, but we haven't had a significant sum in the capital programme for 2 or 3 years now for fleet replacement. We have been using that phrase, sweating our assets. But unfortunately, and most people recognise our yellow vans that are around our council estates, repairing our properties, you can't use them forever. So we used to replace them at a fixed period in time. We extended their lives by 2 or 3 years. There gets to a point where you're spending more time repairing the vehicle and hiring one in while it's off the road than it's actually worth. So we have hit that point now, and there is a vehicle replacement programme. It is funded technically through the revenue budget and the HRA, because it's like an annual charge to the revenue account. So it appears in the capital programme because buying this number of vehicles is deemed as capital expenditure. But I can assure you, we only absolutely replace the vehicles we need to. We've significantly rationalised the fleet. And of course, we want to look at the fleet to be more environmentally friendly as well. So we are looking at an electrified fleet where we can, and certainly a low emission fleet. So this is something that we have always done and will continue to do, but it's much less than it used to be in previous years.
Thank you, Alison and Peter. Councillor Fallock-Dahl.
Hi, Chair, I'm coming. Yeah. Thank you for the report. I just want to ask one question to Alison. I think the fleet replacement, the old car, do you get any money for selling it, or you just, dump it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waddington.
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't have any questions on this, but they were raised at the Scrutiny Commission and answered there.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Wesley.
No comments, Chair. Fully support.
Thank you very much. Just one question there, Alison, about selling off old council vehicles and can we buy them? Sorry.
I think in my previous comment I've said that they're a lot older and less attractive than they used to be. But yes, we do take they do go to auction.
Thank you. Okay. So the scrutiny committees well, thank you, Alison and Peter, for Alison for the report, and Peter and also Alison for the comments. We're asked to note and comment, and I think we've commented. So if we can move then to some more papers by Alison, the Treasury Management Strategy 21-22. So that's going forward from now.
Thank
Alison.
you. Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me just scroll down to the page. So these are the two reports. You'll be familiar with them each year, and they don't significantly change from year to year, but they accompany the budget report to Council, and Council are required to approve them. So the first one, the Treasury Management Strategy, is what we do with our money, our cash, to keep it safe and to make it work for us as safely as possible. So I have said to you many times before, in terms of cash flow, we are a very cash-rich organisation, which is very different to saying we have free money to add to the budget or spend on capital. And this is a result of government rules where we're required to set aside money for specific reasons. And of course, we do receive government grants in advance of when we need to spend them. So we do have considerable sums of cash, and we don't want to just leave it sitting in a current account doing nothing. And we also need it to be safe. So the Treasury Management Strategy sets out the advice that we take. We use one of two of the leading national advisors, and it sets out the sort of investments we would consider, and the type of banks and the credit rating of banks we would use. In the past, there's been a phrase, banks being regarded as too big to fail, but of course we have seen banks that should have been too big to fail that did fail. So it's really important that we make sure we spread our money in investments across the piece. But the priority for these investments is number one, the security of the money. It's got to be secure. It's the money that pays for our staff's wages and for our services. Secondly is the liquidity. How easy can I get at that money? Once a month, every month, there is a payroll run of just under £30 million. I've got to be able to have £30 million in our bank account to pay that. And the least important in the priority order is how much it earns me, because I want it to be safe and to be accessible. And of course, I do want it to earn us some money, but that is not the priority here. So the only slight change in the report this year is obviously something around Brexit. So our Treasury advisors, it's in paragraph 5.13, Treasury advisors to limit the length of time we lend to the largest UK banks. We normally would lend for not more than 1 year. At the moment, we're lending for not more than 35 days. And that was largely nervousness around Brexit and the impact of Brexit, which we haven't really seen in Treasury. What we will do is if Treasury advisors tell us that we can lend for a longer period, then we will. And that's part of the strategy. So I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you. Once again, I ask members to be brief. Councillor Wesley.
No comment, Chair. Support.
Thank you. Councillor Waddington. Councillor Waddington. No response. Councillor Thalukdar.
Hi, Chair. No question. Support. Thank you.
Councillor Porter.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. I did mention this maybe a couple of meetings ago, so I can't quite remember. But about the you were talking about the rate of return, and obviously your safety considerations. Obviously, you don't want to chuck your money into a bank and then it's going to go under, as happened with a number in the financial crisis in 2008, 2007. And I think in response to that, you said you decided you'd made a decision this time round because you had concerns about the safety of some of the UK banks to take the money out and put it into an account with the government. So I'm just wondering, has there been a change then in plan since you last mentioned that you'd put the money in with the government rather than in with a bank? And if so, is there any indication? I know it was mentioned, or it's been mentioned over the last few weeks about negative interest rates, not for retail customers, but for corporations and big businesses and stuff like that. So if the Bank of England was to start to introduce something like that, are you aware of it being on this account that you've got set up with the government? So that's really just to find out where we are and where the money is at the moment. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can we go back to Councillor Waddington? Any questions or comments?
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you. Okay, Alison, any response on those?
Yep, it's a very interesting question, Councillor Porter. The government's offer is something called the Debt Management Office, and it's almost when you have excess cash and you've spread some dealing across the banks and other local authorities and have money left over. It's never been an attractive offer. It pays the lowest rate. So we only use the Debt Management Office when that's all we've got left to go to, really. And unfortunately, you're quite right. Just before Christmas, the Debt Management Office were offering us negative interest rates. We had a very small amount of money in at that point, and that quickly came out. And we've been using banks and money market funds predominantly since then. But I'm not sure what the rate is today, but certainly before Christmas and just after, they were offering negative interest rate, unlike banks. And yes, it is something that when we're looking at our investment strategy, we are paying real attention to what the markets are looking at, particularly for us as we're seen as commercial investors as such, which is why money market funds, whilst not they're never going to yield as much as some of the other investments, they are yielding an interest and not like to go into negative interest.
Thank you. Councillor Kitterick?
No additional questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joshi?
No questions, sir.
Thank you. Councillor G?
Councillor G lost connection. He's trying to join again.
Oh,
He'll join as
thanks,
soon as possible.
Thanks, Angie. Councillor Darwood, no. Councillor Joel?
Thank you, Chair. No comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask Alison, is there a simple way of knowing how much we make in a year from all these investments, or is that too complicated to answer?
Yes, Chair, because in the budget report there is a line called capital finance, and it's the net impact of paying our debt costs. So paying the money, the interest on loans and the interest we receive. So I'm more than happy that in your first budget monitoring report, I can show you how our investments are doing, if that would be helpful for the Commission.
I think it would, because in other companies you know how much you're making and whether the service that you get from your advisors is of value.
Yeah, I mean, I would always stress that making money on our money is not a priority. It's the safety of our money and how easy it is to get at is the priority. But right. Of course you'll want. But what will be interesting to be able to show you, and it does feature in the half-year report that I bring to you on the Treasury management function, is, you know, just how safe has it been, and it has earned for us. So I'll definitely include that next time round.
Thank you very much. So members are asked to consider the overall position and make observations, which we've done. So if we move on to investment strategy then. Sorry, I've asked a question off the wrong report, haven't I?
No, this is no, you didn't. No, that was the right report. This one's slightly different. You'll recall a couple of years ago, government were very nervous about some councils investing massively in property, and then required councils, recommended councils to have an investment strategy, so that you're very clear and council approve what we will and won't do, some thresholds around it. So you'll recall Spelthorne Council, similar to the size of, I think, Harborough, about £11 million budget, borrowed nearly £1 billion to invest in property. And again, I'm sure in the local government press, you'll have seen, given the economic downturn, some of the councils investing heavily in property are the ones that are now suffering with tenancies, corporate tenants giving notice, and so on and so forth. So this report is very similar to previous year, which sets out what we are minded and not minded to do. And that is, I wouldn't be bringing to you, the City Mayor wouldn't be recommending to council to buy a shopping centre 300 miles away. We will invest in property to generate income, but we will remain in our local economic area. So it may be a commercial investment, but it will also bring other benefits because it is in our own area. And we've set out some of the examples of investments that we've done. So you'll know that we've supported the Leicestershire County Cricket Club through a secured loan, which is backed by the English Cricket Board. So again, security is very important to me. And we've also got in there other schemes like ethically sourced products, which is a company that we needed to move to larger premises and have been very successful with our textiles work. So slight change in the order of what's important to us. Security, again, remains number one, security of our money. More interested because property tends to be a long-term investment, little more interested in yield, and liquidity. Liquidity is fine now because you can't sell a property tomorrow and have the cash by Friday. So the report is very similar to what council's had before, and I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we go through again, starting with Councillor Joel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Alison. No questions, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halford. Sorry, Councillor G.
He's still not managed to join, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Joshi.
No questions. I'm having difficulty muting and unmuting.
Okay. Councillor Kitterick.
Yes, Chair. I've got a few questions in relation to this. The first question is in view of the complete loss of the £600,000 that we lent to the Haymarket Theatre consortium, and the fact that we didn't really have an asset on which to take a charge because it was our theatre that we asked them to actually run. But is there any consideration where there isn't an asset that we can put a charge on to ask for personal guarantees? Because whilst I have the greatest of sympathy for the individuals who ran the Haymarket Theatre and eventually closed down, the fact that we've lost £600,000 with apparently no recourse to getting the money back at all, I think is problematic. And I wonder what Alison's thoughts would be in terms of avoiding that situation again. I say personal guarantees as one potential source of it. It's a reasonably aggressive but standard practice with banks where there isn't necessarily an easily accessible source. Ideally, you'd put a charge on a property where we had a loan, but I just want Alison's observations on that. The second thing is can you take us through the who you get to do the valuation of the corporate estate? Because clearly the valuation of the corporate estate is key in looking at the performance of our rent and our yield from the corporate estate. And looking at the return on the corporate estate, is there any benchmarks by which we can judge whether we are getting a decent return, both other local authorities and potentially other admittedly the City Council's estate is probably fairly unique, but is there any benchmarking from other commercial property landlords or indeed other councils? And the final one is, again, I think it was in the capital report, there's some reference to the Travelodge now being, the buildings being complete. Have we got an operator in there? And if so, when's the income stream due to come online for that investment? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Alison, do you want to respond to those 3 points, or Peter?
Yes, I will do. I think the City Mayor might want to comment on one, I think. So on personal guarantees, yes, we have used them, and particularly we've used them in my role as the LEP and the accountable body. And yes, I would consider them. They are fraught with difficulty, as I'm sure Councillor Kitterick knows. It can be the difference between somebody wanting to continue with a scheme, but thereby that's the rule around a personal guarantee. But also not to enter into it lightly, because as we've found with the LEP, it can force us as a local authority to force an individual into a bankruptcy situation potentially, which again is not something we do lightly. But the answer is yes, I certainly would consider it. And the cricket club is a really good example of looking at the ground. They offered a charge on the ground, but actually we wouldn't be able to use the ground for anything else. It's an open space, so we might have been able to do something with the car park. So although we could have had a charge on the property, I couldn't have sold the property to get the money back, which is where we did this tripartite agreement with the English Cricket Board, which was much more beneficial. So we were able to loan the money to the club, and the English Cricket Board said if the club, what the English Cricket Board have done is said some of the grant monies that would have gone to the club will pay to you. And if there's an issue with the club in the future, we'll pay the balance of the loan. So that was an unusual arrangement, and it's worked well for us twice. The Travelodge question, I understand the Travelodge is complete, and that they are delaying opening because obviously we're in a lockdown situation, and you wouldn't want to open a brand new hotel right at the moment. But further updates on that, Councillor Kitterick, I will write to you just to reassure you on that position. And the corporate estate, you have asked all the questions that the City Mayor has been asking, the same questions on the performance of the corporate estate. The valuation basis is done two ways. For the purposes of our accounts is a very strange, unique local authority accounting way, which is not the way the private sector would do it. So I would say that never look at our balance sheet to work out the value in commercial terms of our estate. It's about 133 million, as I recall. And the piece of work you've referred to is absolutely happening now, with the intention, I'm sure the City Mayor might want to comment of what he'd like to bring to members around the corporate estate, its performance, some of the challenges, and also throwing down the gauntlet to work for us and contribute to our budget. It contributes about £7 million a year to the general fund budget, and I'd quite like it to do more.
Thank you, Alison. City Mayor, anything further to add?
Yes, indeed. These are exactly the questions that Patrick asked that I've been asking now, and that have led to the preparation, and that's very near now to being completed, of a report to Council, and of course through Council to the public, of the performance of our corporate estate. And the policies that are employed. As Alison says, it's obviously important in terms of what we can actually do with the property, but it's also important because of the income that it brings to us and contributes to our revenue budget. I think it's now something that will be in front of members within a matter of weeks, and I'm very pleased with the clarity of the final report, but do intend it will be the first of annual reports from now on, because I think that the members of council and the public have a right to know what investments they have and what performance those investments are giving.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Porter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, very much for that, and thank you for the report as well, Alison. Follow up on a few things that Patrick was talking about. One, I think, is of general interest is around the travel lodge on the Haymarket site, and as you remember, Chair, I've said this on numerous occasions that you know, the travel lodge is mainly owned by Goldman Sachs. They're more than happy to take money off Leicester City Council and the hard-pressed taxpayers of this city, because the money just goes into the pockets of their shareholders, and they're doing very nicely out of deals like this, where they've got a brand new hotel sitting around waiting and ready for them as and when they decide to move in. But as I pointed out to Sir Peter Soulsby on previous occasions, and this has been in the national press since March or April, the owners of Travelodge have made a decision on a number of tenancies that they own to not pay any rent. Alison's highlighted the fact that we haven't got this deal closed, and there is no income coming in from the property at this point in time. So could we get an assurance from the City Mayor that Travelodge haven't pulled out, and we'd like to see, you know, a firm date on when they're proposing to move in, because it just keeps shifting further and further down the line. It might be well and good for them, but we've put a heck of a lot of public money into this venture. So it would be nice to know. I mean, obviously, there doesn't seem to be any pressing need from Sir Peter to get out there and sort it out, because we've got an asset sitting here which millions of pounds of public money have gone into, and we're not getting a return on it. So you know, it's not very good, to say the least. Having said that, I would also like to know why the Leicester City Council, when I previously recommended that we get rid of the Haymarket Theatre site, which we've got this long lease on, and I think it was draining hundreds of thousands of pounds every year of council funding in order to pay the freeholder. And I suggested at the time that we should just get shot of it for whatever we could. And clearly now we've lost all the money that we ploughed into it, plus we've actually lost £600,000, which is a considerable amount of money. That's over 0.5% of the council tax increase, I would say. And what I would like to know is why, when the owners of the freehold of the Haymarket went into liquidation during the financial crisis, and it was taken back over by the Bank of Ireland, and I understand it was for sale. The council could have bought the freehold from the Bank of Ireland when the owners went into liquidation for under £300,000, and we wouldn't. If the council had got its act together and had purchased the freehold, we wouldn't be saddled with these payments that we're having to make every year. I think they're in excess of the amount you could have bought the whole freehold for if you kept your eyes open. But anyway, we've got experts running the council who clearly missed a golden opportunity there. So I'd like to know why that was missed, and an explanation into why no action was taken, because that really would have helped us out considerably. The other points that I'd like to make are basically about the loan to Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Now, I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there was an initial loan made of £1 million to the cricket club, which was paid back with interest, I presume. But then we were told there was maybe about a year, 18 months ago, there was an additional loan of £5 million. Now, in this report down here, we've got just under £2.5 million. So really, some clarification on that. If the loan if £2.5 million has been repaid, or why has the figure dropped from 5 million down to 2.5 million. And in terms of this particular loan, how did the cricket club become aware of this opportunity that was available to them, where they could get this discounted loan? Who approached the cricket club and told them about this? Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know if Peter wants to start or Alison. You're muted, Peter.
Yeah. On my chair, although it's quite difficult to know quite where to start with that twaddle from Nigel. Actually, I don't know. I mean, perhaps Alison can sort of join up some of the dots, but I don't know what that was about the £300,000 freehold that somehow we missed the opportunity to buy. But Alison may, as I say, be able to to understand quite where that one came from. I'll pick up just some of the things. I mean, the first thing is with the Travelodge and Goldman Sachs, we haven't given them a penny. What we have done is to invest in an asset that will produce us an income. And that is precisely what Nigel and indeed Patrick and others have encouraged us to do on occasions in the past. Particularly, we've done it in a way that brings a building in the heart of the city back into use at the same time, and regenerates the centre of which it is a part. I think the question that somehow the opening dates are shifting, or whatever else it was that Nigel was claiming there, it's just absolutely, as I've said, twaddle, because of course at the time of COVID, who is going to open a new hotel? It just isn't happening, and that's not something that I think any of us predicted, and that is in any way avoidable. With regard to the Haymarket Theatre, I would just say to other members who are here present that the fact that the Haymarket Theatre was left abandoned is something that happened before I was elected as mayor, and is something about which others ought to examine their record. And it is something that was a headache. It was draining resources from the council, and is something that we have invested in heavily, and the overwhelming majority of that investment has been secured and is there in the asset that Haymarket Theatre now represents, rather than the liability that it was when I inherited it as mayor. Chair, I'll perhaps stop there and see if Alison could make more sense of Nigel's various points, but I'm afraid that is beyond my capacity. Alison, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Peter. So yeah, I mean, you've covered the first point about the Travelodge. We haven't given the owners of the Travelodge any money, and it's important to point out that hoteliers of this nature very rarely own their assets. They have long leases on hotels. It's unusual for them to own. So this is no different to Travelodges and other hotel chains where they will lease an asset from another body. So we haven't given them any money. We have an asset. I will find you an update on when the hotel is due to open, and the lease repayments. I'm not close enough to that off the top of my head. So they may have started. I couldn't tell you, but I will confirm that. But of course, what we have is we have a shiny new hotel at the moment. So we do have a significant asset. The Haymarket Theatre, I can't say. Yeah, I've been here an awful long time, but it's not something I remember with the Haymarket Shopping Centre itself being up for sale and any offer. I can see if I can find out what happened back then, but I don't recall that at all. And the cricket club, we've never lent them £5 million. We lent them 700,000, and then we've lent them an additional 1.7 million. And we didn't alert the cricket club to cheap finance. The cricket club came to us as a significant partner with a new leadership at the club, some investment opportunities. You'll remember the first loan was for the floodlights to enable them to have the 2020 cricket and the evening games to help them be sustainable. They came to us, we talked to them, as I set out. The ground isn't security for me. The English Cricket Board were fully supportive, but the English Cricket Board don't usually lend to the clubs themselves, and that's why we entered into a tripartite agreement, but it is at 5%. So I would argue it's not cheap finance, but it's certainly a reasonable return for us, and it was enabled them to invest in their ground and maintain a first-class club in the city centre.
Thank you, Alison. Councillor Falukdar.
Yes, Chair. I welcome the report. I just have one question. Because of the COVID, how many of the council tenant is behind in their payment or rent? Thank you.
That was on another report, I guess.
Okay.
But Councillor Waddington.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to draw attention to one aspect of the report, which I think is positive, and I would like to see perhaps more consideration of this sort of initiative, and that's the reference on page 190 to Pioneer Park, where clearly the council have made an investment. It's an investment aimed at creating employment and businesses, and it is expected to provide a net surplus of over £100,000 per annum. So my question really is, can we pursue this sort of strategy in order to encourage more employment opportunities, and at the same time obviously enable the council to make returns?
Peter, do you want to respond to that very useful question? It's nice to see some positives being recognised by the committee as well.
Yes, it is, Chair, and you know, I mean, the fact is that is a very, very worthwhile way of using our resources, and I agree.
You agree? What? Sorry, did you agree that we can look for more opportunities of that kind?
Yeah, perhaps if I could answer Councillor Waddington, absolutely. I think that, you know, one of the fundamentals in this report is investing in our own area, our own economic area. So absolutely, if what we have in front of us is are schemes that are not only self-financing, but also then perhaps bring us a return on items like workspaces, that is absolutely the sort of scheme we'll be looking for.
And do you mind if I chip in, Chair?
Yes, certainly, Councillor Myers.
Yeah, just to sort of flag up as well with the it's a model that's worked with the LCB depot as well, where we've targeted a particular sector of the economy, managed the space really well, created loads of really good jobs, brought loads of businesses into the city, and returned a profit for the council. So it's certainly an approach that's worked in a couple of places, and it'd be really good to look to see whether opportunities for that might present themselves in other parts of the city too.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wesley, any comment or question?
No comment or questions. Support.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, could I just answer?
Sorry, Alison.
Yeah, Councillor Falukdar asked about the current status with our council tenants in arrears.
Yes.
It's not really the theme of this report, but I will write to Councillor Falukdar with that information.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Yeah, I wonder if I might just very briefly just take a step back, because I've just actually had some information about where we're at with the Travelodge. And in fact, the deal with them was sealed back in mid-December. So it has actually progressed to the point where there is an absolute commitment. And we've actually now got a commencement date for them to start to have to pay us. So that's going to happen regardless of when they open. So, you know, rather than being something that, you know, is sitting there as a liability to us, it's an asset in which we have invested that is beginning to get this payback.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the committee is asked to note and comment, which we've done. And we move now to item 16, call-in of executive decision. And Councillor Kitterick, I believe, is presenting this call-in.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Having had a view of the decision to add more money into the budget for the Jury War Museum, we've decided to call this in, myself and Councillors O'Donnell, Broadwell, Wilmot and Waddington. If I give a quick summary of the issues with the Jury War Museum, Its original budgeted estimate was £7 million. Now it's looking like it's going to go north of double that. And I think really that's got to be put into context, that the original proposition was a £7 million museum, and now we're going to double of it. The second part is indeed there was a mention of it in the 2019 Labour manifesto, but it was one line that talked about a museum. It did not talk about the sheer, to be frank, staggering sums that this has gone up by. Other manifesto pledges, such as fully signing up to Unison's ethical care charter, have been deemed too expensive, but this one hasn't, and in fact it's been given a priority. Again, after paying a huge amount of money for this, the people of Leicester will still be, I understand, charged to enter it, which seems to be a remarkable act of generosity from the people of Leicester, which, let's be perfectly blunt, will mainly benefit people who come in from outside of the city. There is also the question of the King Richard III Visitor Centre, which I think cost about £5 million, so it was considerably less than this one, which clearly has more attraction to tourists and visitors, has struggled with some of its visitor numbers. The Jury Wall Museum is probably doesn't have the immediate widespread attraction as the King Richard III Visitor Centre. And indeed, one of the big problems is that the main attractions of the Jury Wall Museum are the Roman ruins and the Jury Wall itself, which, as anybody who knows Leicester, you can see for free. So I'm struggling to see why people would pay to go into a museum where actually the main attractions are there for free. It's a bit like charging to go and look at Big Ben. It's there and you can see it. I think probably most of all, the issue I have is, and Alison outlined it in the previous items on the capital budget and the revenue budget, and I'll read out the words that I wrote down in terms of budget. Extreme uncertainty, no idea of the government's intention on funding. Stopgap funding, outlook remains gloomy. Impact on business rates. We do not know what we will need to do to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. When we look at the capital budget, and again, hands up, it's a small budget, and you compare it to the amount of money that we are looking to spend on Jury Wall, it is my opinion, it is simply not a priority in terms of what we are facing post-COVID-19. It is a case of what we will need for the city to recover following COVID-19. Who knows? I don't think anybody's got that crystal ball. We're not at the end of it. And to tie up such a significant amount of our capital funding and to tie up, and we're being asked to put in an extra £2.5 million, which could go to, which may be needed for a whole host of things. What the businesses and the people of Leicester will need following COVID, nobody can firmly say. But what we do by this is we sink all of that cash into a museum where, to be frank, the models of museum visiting have changed. Yeah, the models of tourism will have changed. And to put our money, to literally put it into the ground at Jury Wall, I think is a premature decision. I think it's an opportunity missed to take a step back and evaluate what the priorities will be for Leicester's economies following COVID-19. To be honest, the Jury Wall has been there for 2,000 years. Yeah. Actually, delaying this and putting it a little bit further back in the queue, I don't think is unreasonable. And that is the point of the call in. And that's why we're asking for the executive and the city mayor to reconsider this particular proposal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kitterick. Now, what we need to do is get everybody's views if they've got one. And at the end of that process, we will go through the, I'll discuss the options we've got in dealing with this, and then make a recommendation, and then we'll vote on it. So we need to hear first what members have to say. And I'm going to, sorry, yes, I think I'm just trying to detail the process, but we have the city mayor to respond to Councillor Kitterick's points. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I don't know where the figure of 7 million came from, and it may be at some stage that that was a figure taken off the back of a fact packet as to the cost of this. But it's been known for some time that this was a big and very exciting project, and certainly it was well known at the time when less than 2 years ago we, as our party, made a very clear manifesto commitment to develop this a very exciting project here. It is exciting because it is the largest piece of non-military Roman masonry still standing in the UK, and it's obviously important not just for that, but what it represented in terms of the importance of Leicester as a major centre during the 400 years of Roman governance. And I think that Patrick has said about what the city will need after the COVID crisis. Well, I do know that what the city will need is a lot more in its city centre than retail, because very clear the retail patterns are changing, and cities like Leicester will need to use their assets to attract both local and national visitors to the city in new ways. And this will indeed be a major draw of both local and national tourists. And I think, without this sort of investment, it's very clear that if we are simply falling back on our retailing, our city centre will be ailing somewhat desperately. We do, as Patrick has said, already have the King Richard Visitor Centre bringing visitors. The Cathedral are poised to invest in a major visitor centre if they have the confidence that we too will be investing to bring people to the city centre. But Chair, on the back of the commitment that we made 2 years ago, we're already well into this project, and just stopping it now would be very, very wasteful indeed. I think the first phases are already involved in spending some £4 million on the scheme, and if we were to stop now, that would undoubtedly be wasted. It was always planned that we would come to the LEP and seek additional funding. It was always going to be needed to fit out Jury Wall properly, and without this money, we would have to cut back very badly on the investment that would be made that we needed to make this very exciting prospect a possibility. The money that's coming from the LEP is specifically for Jury Wall, so it's not something that can be redirected to some other purpose. And I very much hope that members will recognise that we have something here that is very special, that is very exciting, and to which we have a political commitment. And I very much hope that they will recognise that the commitment that has already been made, both by us politically and by the money that's already gone in there, is one that we ought not to turn our back on today. And I hope that the OSC will agree that the calling should be withdrawn, and that we should continue to deliver what we intended to deliver when we stood for election less than 2 years ago. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, City Mayor. I'm going to call Councillor Waddington first as one of the signatories of the call-in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so first of all, as advised by the monitoring officer, I am declaring that I haven't any interest in this project, and I don't have a closed mind. Indeed, I'm willing to be persuaded either way. But the facts that we've received have not really enabled, I think, anyone to make a clear decision about whether spending this additional £2.5 million on the Jury Wall project at this time is a sensible proposal. I had hoped that the call-in would result in us getting a business case for the Jury Wall Museum so that we could see how this additional £2.5 million on top of the, well, it says 14 million in the report, why it's needed. The project isn't down for completion until I think for 2 years, and in the meantime, of course, we've got to deal with a large number of other issues, including the economic recovery of the city. I looked into the pooled business rates because it wasn't something that I was familiar with. I didn't know the rules. And so I did a bit of homework to find out how this money could be spent. And I discovered that the amount of money available in total to the city and the county was some £24.4 million, of which the city's share is £8.2 million. I have this, these aren't my figures, these are figures provided by the officers. I don't know what proposals were put forward by the city or indeed the county or the districts for spending this money, because although it's public money, there doesn't seem to be any published information about which projects were put forward. But the money can be spent on capital or revenue projects related to economic development. That's clear. It's not earmarked for the Jury Wall or indeed any other projects. The council put forward proposals and then those are considered by the LEP and with others, and a decision is made about how to allocate the funding. And when the City Council put forward its proposals and was informed that £8.2 million had been awarded, the executive were advised, and I've got the report here, I'll just read it to you. The councils may, however, wish to review the priority funding and timing of some projects in the light of supporting the local recovery from COVID. Any proposed changes will be assessed by the LEP and then presented to the leaders group for determination. So that's pretty clear that one could use this money for a variety of things. One clearly might be the Jury Wall Museum, but others might include all other forms of economic development, revenue projects, as well as capital projects. And I know we're clearly going to be in need of it. The levels of unemployment in the city have risen considerably because of COVID. The economic development plan, recovery plan that's being prepared at the moment is comprehensive and ambitious, but it relies upon funding, which we don't currently have. So my belief is that until I'm convinced otherwise and see more evidence of how this particular project or this £2.5 million would benefit the economic recovery of the city, I'm not convinced that spending it on the Jury Wall Museum at this point would be the best way forward. So basically what I'm asking for is a further report to come back to this commission or whichever, so we're able to see the business case for the Jury Wall Museum, how the £2.5 million in addition to the millions already committed would enhance the economic recovery of the city, and what other options might be available for spending that money to create more jobs and more opportunities that people need in the city at this present time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waddington. I think we will have to ask the City Mayor to respond to all the comments made by members. But first of all, and Councillor Kitterick, but first of all, I'm going back to members. I'm going to ask Councillor G, because he chairs the Heritage Commission, to respond, to give his point of view or questions.
Well, obviously, I'm the vice chair of Heritage, and we're always keen to see the update on where the Jury Walk Museum is, because obviously it is a long-term project. It's not intended to open for another 2 years, but I think I can speak on behalf of the committee. We're always keen to hear when it's going to be complete, because it's not just a tourist attraction. Yes, it will bring people into the city. We're going to need that because we need to invest in our city to bring people in. But there's also an educational viewpoint of it, because I can remember when I was at primary school, I loved going to Jewellery Walk and actually learning about the history of my city. And we've not had that ability for years. So the fact that we can bring it back in use is going to be brilliant for our school children as well. And so not only is it going to bring people into the city, it's going to give the current school children a better view of where they've come from. So I agree with the 2.5 million spend, because we do need to move on with it. It was a manifesto commitment that we would bring the city another museum. So I do not support this calling. And I don't think the majority of the Heritage Committee would.
Thank you, Councillor G. I'll go back then to the top of the list. Councillor Joel, any comments?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Kittrick, for your comments. I would like to state that I believe that museums such as the ones we're making reference to, or a semblance of it, and other cultural institutions are an integral part of not just our learning, but our heritage, our culture, and the tourism industry. And so looking or considering the current situation where we found ourselves, not just nationally, but globally, where jobs are at risk, livelihoods are at risk, we are duty bound as a city council to protect and preserve the economic livelihood and lifeline of our city. And in my opinion, direct investment such as this is one of those ways in which we can do that. Now, if we pull out of this project, we run the risk or reputational risk of having a very public white elephant project, which not only goes to the heart of the city, as it were, but also to the leadership of the council, because aside from the fact that it's a manifesto promise, we cannot just stand by and not do anything to revive interest, to look at ways in which we can build up the city again and encourage active economic participation and involvement at all levels. So I am not in support of the calling, because I feel that there is people's lives and people's livelihoods at risk, which could be impacted as a result of that.
Thank you, Councillor Joel. Councillor Joshi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report on this matter. Chair, I very clearly remember about 2 years ago when we were discussing on how to put the Labour manifesto together. And apart from many other manifestos we have agreed to, and which is already in the manifesto, Jewellery Wall was also discussed, and I very clearly remember that the costing of this was also presented to us and discussed as well. And for many years, the museum next to the wall has been closed down, and that has resulted in loss of income for many, many years as well. I know that Jewellery Wall is an open space. You can see it from Narborough Road and near the Holiday Inn area. But the question here is to build a museum. If you look at the museum at Newark, that brings in huge thousands and thousands of people, children and adults together, so that they can learn and understand all aspects of our historic life, what is going to happen in the future, and it gives an importance educational facilities to young and old as well. It also brings in people into the city center to visit that particular museum, which we are proud of. When we found the bones of King Richard III underneath the car park of Social Services car park, there was a lot of excitement. And when it was confirmed that it does belong to King Richard III, the project went ahead to create a museum. So when you enter that particular center, Chair, you don't only see the bones, but you see the entire history of what happened to King Richard III during the battle and how his body came about in that particular car park. That again brings in thousands and thousands of visitors, not just nationally, but international as well. Next to it, we have the magnificent cathedral, which has gone under a huge amount of transformation. And that also attracts visitors and tourists as well. So we are proud of having tourist attractions which contribute immensely to the economic development of Leicester City as well, and of course also to the transport area. Plus it supports small businesses, large businessing, catering businessing, hotel businesses. When people come outside of Leicester, naturally they will need to stay somewhere, and that is where they make use of the hotels, and that services that particular industry as well. So the situation we have here, that it attracts people from all over the world to come to Leicester and give Leicester a good economic investment and income to local people to support their livelihoods, their jobs, and everything that goes with it. Naturally, Jewellery Wall is another magnificent example of our proud heritage, that we have got something so great here in our city. And for many years, we have been planning and discussing on improving the museum at Jewellery Wall. And if this museum is built, okay, it will take a couple of years, but we've been discussing this particular matter for many years, and I don't think any further delay in this matter will do any good to the reputation of Leicester City. I know the situation, economic situation, is not the best one would be hoping for to be in, but by looking forward, having forward insight and looking into the future, this is an investment worth making, which will bring in people from all over the country and abroad. When they visit the King Richard III Centre and the cathedral, the Jewellery Wall is only walking distance away, and that will add another aspect of people who would want to come and visit and explore and understand better. It will also give a lot of educational information, like Councillor G said, to the younger generation, this school children who will want to visit and learn about our past history. So with all that in mind, and I'm sure that when this is built, and I'm sure it will happen, that it will enhance the economic fabric of Leicester City and bring in more visitors to Leicester City after we have come out of COVID-19. And I'm confident that that will happen as well, God willing. So I will not be supporting the call-in, and I want, according to the Labour Party manifesto, this commitment to actually take place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Joshi. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for bringing this to the committee, because I think this call-in highlights precisely why Sir Peter and his Labour Council shouldn't be running this city. I mean, listening to what's just happened, you can't even agree with yourselves. And without wishing to sound rude, do some of these people actually listen to what they're saying when they speak? There's a picture being painted as if some outside body has come into Leicester and taken the jury wall away from it, and only Sir Peter and the Labour manifesto can now solve the problem by opening up the Jury Wall Museum. Well, if you remember, Labour members, it was your decision to close it in the first place. There was absolutely no reason to close it in the first place. People are talking about the loss of income, that the council's lost income over very many years because it's been closed. Well, if the council's lost income, that's because you, nobody else, you, Sir Peter and your Labour councillors made a decision to close it. Other councillors are talking about how important it is for school children. Well, if it's so important for school children, why on earth did you close it in the first place? I mean, it is absolutely preposterous what's going on here. You can't even agree with yourselves. One says it was clear in the manifesto, another one says it was just a line. Well, you would have thought that if you're such a unified group, number one, you would realise that you made the decision to close it, and you would know whether or not it was a major manifesto promise or it was just a minor thing. I look at the council's track record, and I think it was highlighted by Patrick, the Richard III Centre. Now, when Richard III was discovered in the car park, that made international headlines, and it was a huge story. But even despite that, we still weren't able to meet our targets in terms of visitor numbers during the first year of it opening. You look at what happened in Nottingham, and I did highlight this at the time. Nottingham opened up a modern art gallery, contemporary art gallery. They exceeded their visitor numbers by over 50%. We fell well short of our visitor numbers for the Richard III Centre. And I think obviously since it's fallen from the headlines, Richard III has, the numbers have continued to decline. So I haven't really got much hope in Leicester City Council or Sir Peter with his proposals to make this scheme a success. And as has been pointed out, it's quite rightly, the majority of it is outdoors. So why should the people of Leicester have to pay to see something which, until the Labour Council closed it, we were all able to go and look at for free? I used to go down there regularly with my children when they were younger. We used to love to go there. It was a brilliant attraction. And if you remember inside, I wonder if any of you members actually went. It'd be interesting to know when the last time Councillor Joshua went, because he was singing its praises and how important it was to the economic aspect of the city and how many people go there. I never saw him down there. In fact, I was probably one of the few people on the council who actually would go down there on a regular basis. But if you went there, the museum was fine. It had a because it had been designed in the 60s or 70s. It became an actual, I suppose a way to describe it would be, it became a piece of its time. And in the way that times move on and things change, the exhibition things that they had inside there with the people standing up in their little costumes, remember, behind the glass mounted cases, those actually became, I would say, became exhibits in themselves. So why it was closed in the first place, I don't know, because you're all saying how great it was and how it's going to affect the children not being able to go there anymore and how it's going to have an impact on the economy. Well, if these things were so important at the time, why on earth did you close it? Having said everything I've said about it, I would say if the council is spending money on projects, I would much rather see money spent on things like museums than on things like Travelodge. Because at the end of the day, Travelodge and hotels can be provided by the private sector. Something like a museum will have to be provided by the public sector. And if you are going to spend any money, I think there would be a much better way of spending money and probably would attract more people to Leicester, which would be to get the jury wall open as it was before. Don't spend a huge amount of money there because it is mainly outdoors, as Patrick has said. And I don't think you should be charging people. I would say, why don't we in Leicester have what they've got up in Yorkshire, which is a sculpture park? It would encourage more people, especially with the COVID situation, people to get outside. And I think we should have a sculpture park full of contemporary art, not massively full, but of stuff, and not full of literally obvious pieces of sculpture, like we seem to have, you know, things that are so figurative and obvious. Have stuff that fits into the landscape, stuff that's involved in the landscape, and we should look at having that maybe in our major areas of green space. I think Aylstone Meadows would be a great place to have some contemporary sculpture out there that's blended into the environment, that doesn't try and dominate it, but it's certainly something for people to come and look at. And maybe in the other parts, is it Watermead, you could have some stuff out there. And those sorts of things would be certainly worth coming to Leicester to visit. I mean, Yorkshire Sculpture Park is one of the most popular attractions in the country. So I think, again, there has been very, very poor vision. And I think, just to highlight the point that I made at the start, it does demonstrate exactly why Sir Peter and his Labour councillors shouldn't be running this city, because they don't appear to know what they're doing, and they made the decision to close the place in the first place. Thank you very much, Ted.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I just make the point that scrutiny in principle allows and should encourage members to scrutinise what the executive do. That's the whole principle of it. So to say that we are not united is irrelevant. It's important that members do scrutinise what's going on. So, Councillor Thalukdar.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. I just enjoyed the debate, actually, and it was a Labour manifesto, and we have already invested money in it. So completion is the main target should be now. I support that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wesley. Last but not least.
Yes. Chair, I totally disagree with Councillor Nigel Porter and saying that the people don't have faith in the mayor and the Labour councillors. His party was chucked out after 4 years for exactly what he says about the Labour. In any way, I respect people's opinion. Having worked at Jury Wall for 8 years under the Leicestershire County Council and seen the literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds that bought into tourists, our hotels were full. And not only that, outside structures need investment. Otherwise, it's not going to be there for future generations. We have an obligation to protect our heritage. Born and bred in Leicester, before our time, a lot of our heritage were demolished, gone. And people were quite outraged, and quite right too. And just to give Councillor Porter some education, over the 8 years I worked there, Monday to Friday, it was absolutely packed with school children from every school in the city. And I know that because I took the bookings. And not only that, Jury Wall itself covered Stonehenge, Roman, the mosaic floors, the Anglo-Saxon and medieval. And people, especially tourists, were gobsmacked. It helped our city economically. the mayor's quite right. We don't want all retail all the time. This money, to me, is well invested, Chair. And we have a moral obligation, as I've said, Chair, to look after our heritage. And I'll finish with this. Not only did the school children from every school come, we used to have education boxes. The kids used to dress up there in Roman armour and give them a proper experience. So I will not be supporting this calling. I want to see our economic future. I want to see more job sport with tourism. I want to see the economic side. After COVID, we have to look for the long-term future, Chair, and this is a good investment, and I will not be supporting the calling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wesley. I'm going to give Councillor Kitterick an opportunity to come back and then the City Mayor to respond as well. But and then I will read out the options we've got in dealing with the call-in, and also we will then go to a vote on a recommendation that I will make, and that will be a recorded vote. So just before we do that, I think the most telling thing I've heard today is that, and perhaps it hasn't been spoken of enough, is that the retail sector is undergoing a terrible problem at the moment, and it could take years to build up what that lively city centre again. And I'm sure that the executive will want to make sure, and the Scrutiny Committee Economic Development, that as much as possible is done to encourage the retail sector. But a future city needs everything to make it alive. And tourism and education are crucial to the future of our city. We do not want to be a dead city. So I think that argument needs to be heard, really. Councillor Kitterick.
Chair, I've got to go for a couple of minutes because I have to take medication. Sorry.
Well, the vote will be taken in 5 minutes, I guess. So is that possible? I hope that will be okay for you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Kitterick, briefly, if you may, if there's anything further you want to add.
Well, I've got 5 minutes, Ted, because we've got to wait for Councillor Wesley to come back. So I'm quite happy to filibuster.
Sorry, you've got 5 minutes.
No. I thought we were waiting for Councillor Wesley. I'm quite happy to talk until he returns. Thank you very much, and thanks for the comment. I think
want half the time.
No, we can show it between us, Peter.
I'm doing it. Both good at filibustering.
I think if we, I don't think I'll dwell long on Councillor Porter's comments, which just a bit all over the place as usual. I think Peter was grasping for a term. I think it's just Nigel being Nigel. You always know what you're going to get. I've outlined why I'm genuinely concerned, and I still am concerned, and I haven't heard anything which really changes my mind about this. The acid test is that the around about £14 million. I think we've got to look at it in its entirety. The £14 million, as well as this £2.5 million. I think members just need to reconsider. Once it's spent, it's spent. So we really need to think, particularly this £2.5 million, but the whole entirety. People talk about regenerating the city centre. They talk about putting things back on their feet. But I would challenge the city mayor. I would challenge the executive. I would challenge councillors who disagreed with me to go out to the business community, to go out to those involved in regeneration, and not just the narrow group of people who sit on the board of the LLEP, and ask them, how would you spend this £2.5 million? And even more so, how would you spend the over £14 million on the museum? And I'm not being funny, but if you went out there and said, what is how you would spend this precious, limited money, I would be very surprised if you found a single person who was involved in business or regeneration or jobs in the city who would say that the rebuilding of the jury wall at this time is going to make a huge amount of difference. Like Councillor Porter, I popped to the jury wall, really great. And you see it and it's all right. But the whole idea that hundreds of thousands of people are going to come to the city of Leicester to look at Jury Wall, it's not Pompeii, it's not even Herculaneum. It is what it is. It is really interesting. But we've got to ask ourselves at the end of the day, yeah, what do we choose? What do we choose? And it is a choice. It's not, would we like to do up Jury Wall Museum? I would like to do up Jury Wall Museum. I would like more people to be involved in it, but that's not the question. The question is with £14 million of precious funding for regeneration and job creation, you know, this is the business rates pool support fund. The future of business rates, we have no idea what it will be. And so that what I would say is we have to be exceedingly careful about how this money is spent, because you can only spend it once. And my argument would be is that we take a step back, we ask the wider business community, not just those who sit on the Leicester and Leicestershire Economic Partnership, and say, if you have the opportunity for that £14 million for regeneration, how would you spend it? I've heard all good councillors tonight saying that is what their priority would be. But I've really got to say that I think if you went out into the wider world, the people who work in the city's economy, you would not get that this was the priority. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Patrick. Councillor, City Mayor, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I just obviously, welcome the opportunity to have had this debate this evening, and welcome the support that the overwhelming majority of members have given to the project, which, as I say, is already underway, and we have a very firm commitment to deliver it. I would just say, Chair, of course, this isn't the first scheme that has had significant investment from us in order to bring visitors to the city, and it's one that, compared with other schemes, is being delivered on budget and is remarkably good value for money, as say, compared with other schemes that went way over budget and continue to require massive subsidies from us. I say they predate my time, so I'm not going to dwell on them too much, Chair, but we are still picking up the bill for some very extensive overspend on a scheme that I think was very questionable. This one, I believe, is not. This one is very clearly one that is both deliverable and likely to bring families and other visitors to the city for many years to come. And I think you, Chair, put your finger on when you referred to the opening remarks that I've made about our need to invest in a city centre. Of course, a city centre that has retailing, but a city centre that is not entirely dependent on retailing. And the investment we're making here and the investment that will follow from the Cathedral in our major visitor centre are ones that I think will ensure that our city centre continues to thrive despite the challenges that it faces today. And I very much hope, Chair, that given what members have said, that they will indeed seek to withdraw the call in and having had this debate, recognise that we must now press on with delivering the commitment we've made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Peter, City Mayor. I think this is the true purpose of scrutiny, really. It's a good example of how you can deal with an issue, get different views, and now we're going to come up with some options. We could note the report without further comment or recommendation, and then it will be considered at council. We could comment on the specific issues raised by the call-in, and then it will be considered at council. Or we can resolve that the call-in be withdrawn and there's no further action. That's the end of the story. Although I'm sure the City Mayor's heard lots of the issues that can be looked at as an ongoing issue. I'm going to recommend that we resolve that the call-in be withdrawn, and I understand that Councillor G is wishing to second that.
Yes, I do, Chair. I second that.
Thank you. So we now move to a vote, and as you know, this is recorded, a recorded vote, because we have to go through each person one at a time. And I'm going to start with council, and it's either for or against my resolution that the call-in be withdrawn. So if you agree that it should be withdrawn, it's for. If you don't want it withdrawn, it's against. So Councillor Joel.
I am for the resolution for it to be withdrawn.
Would be withdrawn, yeah. Councillor G.
I'm for the motion, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joshi.
For.
Councillor Kitterick.
Against.
Councillor Porter. Councillor
Based
Porter.
on, yeah,
Sorry?
sorry, Ted. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Yeah. Based on the fact that we've got a divided Labour council and doesn't have a very good track record on.
Can you say for or against, please? We're in a vote.
On projects such as this, you did mention how important it was to have a debate, but now you appear to be closing it down.
Look, Nigel, Councillor Porter, we've had a long debate and we're in the middle of a vote, so it's not the time to make political points.
It isn't a
Are
political
you for
point.
that the resolution be withdrawn or against it being withdrawn?
You correct me if I'm wrong, Ted, but you just said how important it was that this council isn't divided, and it's good that you're having debates. And then your first move after that is to close the debate down. So how on earth can you support what you've just said?
Are you for or against that this motion that this call-in be withdrawn?
Well, I think it's blatant hypocrisy. I have to be against it, and
you're insulting every member of the OSC here. Are you for my resolution that the call be withdrawn, or are you against it being withdrawn?
You gave three options.
Oh, come on.
Clearly, Ted, you gave three options, and before you did it, you said how important it was that we were having a debate. And then the option you go for is one that closes the debate down. I don't understand.
We've had the
Forgive
debate.
me, Ted, but
are
I am
you
confused.
for or against? I think you were in the middle of a vote, so you're out of order. Are you for or against?
You'll have to run through the options again.
Or you can abstain. No, okay, I'm moving on. I'm going to have to take that you haven't voted because you've had about 10 chances in the last minute to vote or not.
Well, I'll say I'm against what you're suggesting.
You're
It's
against.
ridiculous.
Okay, thank
Absolutely
you.
ridiculous.
Councillor Fallockdar.
I'm for, Chair.
For.
Thank you.
Councillor Waddington.
Against.
Councillor Westley. You're back.
Yes, for, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, for. So I make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for that this call-in be withdrawn, and 1, 2, 3 against. Can I just check that with Angie? Is that my maths accurate, please?
That's what I've recorded, Chair. Thank you.
That's how you've recorded it. Thank you. So the call-in is withdrawn. Thank you very much. We now move to the item 17, Scrutiny Commission's work programme, and Councillor Kitterick is proposing introducing the scoping document for the review into the experience of Black people working in health services in Leicester and Leicestershire. So over to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cassidy. And as the meeting is late, I shall not dwell on it. I'll take it as read that people have looked at the review. Essentially, it's an initial response to the Black Lives Matters movement. And I think that in all large organisations, including Leicester City Council, there are issues about how Black and minority ethnic workers are treated in all organisations, as you go up the ladder in those organisations, you find that the representation in matters of race gets less representative of the population. And so as a major employer, the health services in Leicester, and as a major employer of people from Black and minority ethnic background and a Black background, it's trying to get under how the health service acts as an employer amongst its Black members of staff. Certainly events this week have shown that actually maybe some more external scrutiny of the health service is not too bad a thing. And certainly in this regard, I think for us to come as a city council to look at the health service and its practices would be a good exercise. It would be good for the city. It would be good for the health service to have that external examination. I might be cheeky and say, actually, if somebody came in and externally examined how our Black workforce is treated by the city council, that would probably be equally valid. So this is what it's the scrutiny task force is trying to achieve, and I think is a very worthwhile piece of work, and fits in line with Leicester City Council responding to the just cause that was set out by the Black Lives Matters movement. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, so we're asked to endorse the review, and obviously we'll have an opportunity to come back to this when it's reported back to the council. I think it's a massive undertaking, Patrick, and I'm sure it's going to help in all sorts of ways with Councillor Hunter's work. So just ask if members can just endorse this work going forward. If you've got a comment to make, please make it, but we're about endorsing a work that's going on in the future. Councillor Joel? Do you support the endorsement?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor G? Councillor G? Okay, I'll come back to you if Councillor Joshi?
Support, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kitterick, I suppose we ought to ask you whether you endorse the report, but
Yes, I'd take it as read, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Porter?
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting project, so I'd look forward to seeing what findings they come up with.
Thank you. Councillor Waddington?
Yes, Chair, endorse.
And Councillor Wesley? Councillor Wesley?
Endorse.
Yeah. And Councillor, who was it that I missed? Joshi? No, G. Councillor G.
Endorse.
Thank you. And myself, so
And
that's...
you missed me, Chair.
I missed you.
Councillor Talukdar, yes.
You're not on my
Yeah,
list. So can I blame someone else? Sorry.
How could you forget? How could you forget Amina?
No, sorry, Councillor Talukdar.
Yeah, endorsed. Thank you.
And I think I've got everybody. So that work is endorsed, and wish you all the best with that, Patrick. It's a really good piece of work. Questions for the City Mayor? I'm going to ask people if they've got a question for the City Mayor. We didn't ask you in advance this time, but I'm going to go backwards again, sorry, in reverse. Councillor Wesley, if you've got any questions for the City Mayor or not.
None.
None. Councillor Waddington?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Talukdar?
No question, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Porter?
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Yeah, this one goes back quite a way, but it relates to something that Sir Peter used to have on his declarations of interest, which was he had a debenture in his daughter's bar. And I remember him saying at one of the meetings that he wasn't expecting it to ever get paid off. And it used to be on his register of interests, and it disappeared off his register of interests before the business went under. So could Sir Peter tell me when he took it off, stopped registering it as an interest, and why that happened?
I'm not sure that's appropriate, but Peter,
Oh,
I don't need to protect you.
No, I know you don't need to protect me, and it's obviously not an appropriate question. And why shouldn't I answer it? I mean, of course I took it off when the business went bust. I mean, well, it's just a stupid and typically nasty question from Nigel. The money was lost. That's what happens when you invest in family businesses.
Okay, thank you very much.
The bank of dad loses out.
Ted, just to get clarification, it went off his register before the business went bust. The business went bust.
Councillor Porter, I don't think it's appropriate to continue this discussion. That's about a member's personal interests. So I think you must find another route to ask those questions.
Ted, it's an important question because it's a legal requirement.
It is, but to question, sorry, you must go a different route. You don't question an individual's declarations of interest in this meeting. That's not appropriate. Okay, I'm going
to. It's a perfect.
Can I turn you off?
No, don't turn him off.
Oh dear. Anyway, Peter, you've had an opportunity to respond, but I don't
Chair, I'm not going to.
I don't think it's
honestly,
appropriate.
He does take pleasure in being sort of rather nasty and petty, doesn't he? And he seems to think it has something to do with politics.
Yes, but I take the view that it's not appropriate for a member in this meeting to ask about somebody else's declarations of interest. Okay, I'm moving on.
Sorry, Chair, just as obviously...
Sorry, Alison, you can advise me.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if Councillor Porter would like any advice on the appropriate way to raise this issue, then please get in contact with me and I'll make sure you receive
Thank you.
Advice.
And Cherry's had months to do it, No.
Yes. Well, I'm going to be chair here and I'm going to tell everybody, including the City Mayor, that it's not appropriate in this meeting to ask about people's declarations of interest, and Alison will advise Councillor Porter to the appropriate way of dealing with this. I'm moving on. Councillor, where are we? Questions of the City Mayor. Councillor Kitterick?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Joshi?
No questions, Chair.
Councillor G?
No questions, Chair.
Councillor Darwood? Sorry, he's not here. Councillor Joel? Councillor Joel. Have you any questions of the City Mayor? She's gone. No. Okay, I presume there's none. I've not been informed of any prior urgent business. Who's that? Sorry?
Chair.
Peter, sorry.
Just forgive me, Chair, because this is something that, of course, happened only within the last 24 hours. And I think you may, all of you by now, have seen the news release about it. I think we're all aware that our Chief Operating Officer is heading south. A long way south. He's heading to the Falkland Islands in the very near future. And obviously we wish him well with that, and there'll be another opportunity to speak about all that he has done for us over that time. But the Appointments Committee has gone through a protracted process of seeking to recruit a successor and had a very strong field of candidates for it. But yesterday concluded that we should recommend the Council to approve the appointment of Alison Greenhill and his successor. Alison, of course, has been, I was astonished to find out, with the Council for some decades and has obviously come up, as it were, through the ranks, which certainly is an example of us growing our own, which is well known to all of us and I think well respected by all of us in her present role as Chief Finance Officer. And I'm sure that she'll continue to excel and serve us well in this new role. But I just wanted to take the opportunity, Chair, to announce that formally to you, to say we will be recommending that to council, and to wish Alison well in a new role. So thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to do that, Chair.
Thank you, Peter. And I think we want to pass our best wishes to the previous Chief Operating Officer, who I've known since he was a housing officer in Saffron years and years ago, but he's done a fantastic job. And we're all pleased that Alison has got the job of the Chief Operating Officer starting at some stage in the future. So I think for those that are viewing, let's give her a clap.
Well done, Chair. Well done.
I think Alison should go on screen.
I think everybody's applauding the.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Chair. It's very much appreciated. And I'd just like to reassure members of the scrutiny that I won't be missing you, as in I won't be giving you up. So I do intend to still come to OSC. I wouldn't miss it.
That's very nice in the time of lockdown that somebody isn't deserting us. So I've not been informed of. Sorry, Nigel.
Yeah, just to say, as obviously as the only elected opposition councillor, I'd like to congratulate Alison on her appointment. It's excellent that we've now got a woman at the top of the council. It's been a long time coming, but she's finally done it. So excellent, and I wish you all the best, Alison. Thank you.
Well said, Nigel. Thank you. So I have not been informed of any other urgent business prior to the meeting. So at 8/17/2017, I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much for all your
well done,
attendance
Chair.
and for the work of the officers.
Take care.